private sectors afford countless opportunities to stare down at a budget with grim certainty that the taxpayers or shareholders will not be best pleased with the news you will be sharing with them. Left to themselves, stuff breaks down. But it does so a lot faster when being used and in practice just from being in proximity to our civilization. And we'll see that remains true even in space, where by default you'd expect the vacuum not to cause erosion and corrosion. There's a popular myth that the ancient Roman roads were ultra durable, but while the Romans were darn good civil engineers, roads always have to be built cheaply because of the sheer volume of materials involved, and the distance they have to be transported. So while it's practical to build comparatively small critical structures like bridges ultra strong, roads have to rely on the ground beneath them for support. Heavy vehicles eventually crumble solid surfaced roads, and wheels cut dirt roads into pairs of soggy trenches. The truth is, the Romans built a huge number of roads, and the ones that survived millennia were often the ones that fell into disuse, a tribute to quantity as much as quality. While we have built many robust structures that have weathered the centuries well, most of the buildings of the past are at best ruins and in most cases buried under layers of dirt and ash until some archaeologist finds them. Most of what remains has either required vast amounts of repair down the centuries or is basically some rock, and usually that rock only vaguely resembles what they built, which typically had nice layers of colorful coatings and ornamentation until decay, weather, erosion, or war stripped them down, or later generations cannibalized it for building materials. This gives us a short list of basic maintenance strategies. First, you can build from ultra-durable materials. Second, you can limit usage and exposure to background decay factors. Third, you can keep things simple. Complexity almost always requires more effort to maintain, and is generally more costly for the components too. Fourth, you can engage in constant maintenance and replacement. And fifth, which is beginning to become an option as our technology improves, you can have things which repair themselves. That last is only a strategy in the effort and economic sense, of course. Otherwise, it's the same as the fourth, constant maintenance. It just doesn't involve people as much, and makes the repairman more of a doctor or programmer than a classic craftsman. Each of these will likely be employed, of course, tailored to the object being maintained and what your tech permits, or your culture does. It's important to understand that when we discuss things like megastructures, you have vastly more to maintain, not just in quantity, but proportionally to your human population. This is true even for the smallest and simplest of these, such as the O'Neill cylinder, which might contain hundreds of square kilometers of internal living area and external hull, and which might house hundreds of thousands of people. To give a comparison of a simple material we build, our own modern highways usually need about 100 people per square kilometer to maintain them. We normally discuss them in terms of linear length, where it's more like a person per kilometer or mile. But that's the approximate zone for area, and for building artificial habitats, all that land area needs maintenance. Indeed, it's more three-dimensional too, as you'll have layers to maintain. We don't really have to maintain our air and sea and dirt and all beneath it rests upon. They do. Indeed, they have more metaphorical layers to maintain too. They have to look to their weather, inside and out, their ecology, possibly also inside and out, and their electronic and digital layers too. To a degree, we already have to do this, and to be fair, our ancestors did more of it than folks often realize, carefully if clumsily shepherding their lands. When you're dealing with a megastructure, you need to master these skills and use all the automation you comfortably can just to make them plausible. And to give an idea about this, let's take a hypothetical O'Neill habitat, again the smallest and simplest of megastructures, and look at what is likely being maintained. We'll start from the inside. First, we have the lighting itself. Some versions call for big windows to let light in. Others, light is concentrated and bounced in through small ports by mirrors. Others we generated artificially by massive power plants and light bulbs. In the first case, windows, those are big structural weaknesses, even segmented into panes. that you must constantly maintain as they get scratched up and cracked from outside space dust and debris, and more so from inside dust, which must be swept out and the windows polished, and likely replaced as they take UV damage, which is worse in space. Second, small windows with concentrated light have these same problems but reduced, but need large meals and dishes outside too. The third requires those artificial lights be maintained and replaced and the wiring kept up, and maintenance of either the solar panels or internal power plants that fuel them. Then there's temperature, not too hot, not too cold, and hot is likely to be the big problem, as it's hard to get rid of heat in space. That wraps into weathermen, not the guys who try to predict the weather, but guys who decide what the weather will be. Such habitats are big enough for natural weather and small enough not to get extremes that we see on the larger supersized megastructures, but will likely be fairly planned and artificial regardless. On the ecology side, we examine that more in the environments of space habitats, and it's where we also introduce the idea of tweaking and tailoring life not just to that environment, but to help maintain it as an alternative to robots. Work smarter, not harder is humanity's slogan. If you can get your critters in the habitat to do some of the work for supplemental food, like squirrels or raccoons picking up trash or weeding gardens in exchange for tasty treats, then it lets you also supplement how many critters you have in your garden wards, as they have an additional food source. This allows more top-heavy food chains too, which could not naturally exist, as your auxiliary space farms can add to that food supply at any level of that food chain. We talked about that and concerns about genetic diversity more in that episode, but a point we noted was that you might even be able to get them to help with your landscaping, like a modified coral that kept your shorelines intact against erosion, or some self-healing concrete. Land on Earth is old and natural and deep, yet it erodes a lot faster from our activity. On our habitat, all those hills and valleys and beaches and fjords need a lot more work to make and maintain. And since rock isn't free, you're probably not that thick down to your outer hull that's spinning around, and the inside of that might be damaged by erosion too, and would be hard to get at to maintain. Now I said outer hull, but in fact it probably isn't. As we've often noted when discussing rotating habitats, while we typically depict them as a cylinder spinning in the void, in all probability they'd be a cylinder spinning in a superstructure. That cylinder hull is built for tensile strength, not absorbing micrometeor strikes or abrasion from space dust, all of which will be worse because they spin, often quite fast, and faster the wider the rotating habitat. It's worth remembering what the biggest source of space dust and debris is likely to be: ships leaving the habitat, spraying it with whatever propellant they use, be it rocket flames or charged ions, or even just reflected, concentrated light. That last one is a lot less of an issue, and one of the reasons I often tout the benefits of laser propulsion in space. So a space habitat is less likely to be a cylinder than a big orb with a cylinder and other facilities inside it, mimicking the asteroid mining era where they'd probably be built into excavated shafts on asteroids. That outer layer is likely to be a sandwich, maybe a foam metal, or ideally some thin outermost layer with liquid beneath that hardened over when exposed to a vacuum to scab over punctures, and to which a micrometeor can fly through and lose energy. You might do several layers too, with deeper ones being places where you had many thin membrane compartments full of your reserves of water and air and fuel, ideally hydrogen or deuterium for fusion, though you might slap solar panels and radiators all over the outside instead. All of this of course needs maintenance, and different kinds likely need different robots. Some might
consequences. If the present is n, the next consequence is n plus 1, with n approaching infinity. Correlate n to n plus 1, n plus 2, and so forth. Mathematically, that's a phase echo. Of course, don't forget n minus 1, and all infinite prior consequences. Dr. Rex Perlox, Void Tech mathematician.
magnetically crawl along the outside, polishing solar panels or welding cracks, or acting like the metal equivalent of a Zamboni machine, polishing, smoothing, melting, or laying new layers down on the outside. In fact, ice might be used as a cheap exterior shield too, instead of metal. You might have more drones flying around with wide-spectrum cameras looking for cracks and weaknesses. Inside that thick shell, you might have that liquid and drones that swam around in there, or even tailored life forms fixing the inner layers. They might fly around in layers of gases. Indeed, you might have a thin atmosphere inside that superstructure too, from everything leaking. You want to gather that back up, waste not, want not, and higher pressures leak faster anyway. But you're likely to have a low-pressure fog in there between the various pressurized facilities, especially the ancillary ones where you're building cheap and thin because it's just some big hydroponic facility or mostly automated factory where people don't actually live. Other organisms might. Things might easily adapt to living on leak cracks venting air. And as we saw in Void Ecology and Space Whales last month, you could end up with a fairly rich, neo-vacuum ecology even if you weren't intentionally engineering it. There'd be a lot of trash floating around in that inevitably too, needing picked up and recycled, but also in habitat areas in general. A solar system is a big place, but when we think about the sheer quantity of megastructures we might build in one, potentially trillions of O'Neill cylinders alone, it's not so empty anymore. Especially around hubs, as most planets would likely be swarming with orbital habitats. Trillions of habitats means even more trillions of ships, and if each one was losing only say one random nut or bolt or wrench or soda can out into space every week or so, you'd have quadrillions of hypervelocity bullets flying around the solar system. This is likely to be even worse near dense population areas, as losses of trash are most likely when a ship is first taking off or arriving, meaning it's close in distance and velocity. This also means that part of being a space janitor is writing up tickets for littering, and getting to operate giant laser cannons to vaporize trash, or the offenders themselves if space littering became a capital crime. Seems extreme, but remember, throwing a soda can out your airlock is like throwing a bomb, and at relativistic speeds, an atomic bomb. So there are quadrillions of random nuts and bolts floating around at tens of thousands of meters per second. You can add a lot more rubbish coming off the whole of the megastructure itself, and while it would be slow moving locally, once it drifts away from the immediate area, it's only moving slow relative to anything that just happens to be on an identical orbital path. We've talked about Kessler syndrome before, a chain reaction of collisions in Earth's orbit, spraying debris and shrapnel around to hit other objects, which in turn spray out more debris, potentially shrouding a planet in a swarm of razor-sharp, hypervelocity bullets. A civilization that's building in orbit a lot,
Perpetual motion machines are our business. Though now that I think about it, if we did invent such a thing, we'd be out of business. Dylan Allard, CEO of Forward Energy Solutions. Happiness event in Colony. Production ready.
Capping their ward in thousands upon thousands of orbiting habitats, docks, and industries, has to deal with this constantly. Indeed, they probably don't worry about Kessler syndrome happening because they probably exist in a constant state of it. Odds are someone will have run a massive cost analysis on how much detection gear, how much point defense or laser boom ablation systems, and how much armor to absorb hits various ships and stations need, how much extra energy and fuel and propellant that costs, and compared it to cleanup. I just guess that it would probably mean they did a lot of debris clearance, but that your typical inhabited planet still had millions of tons of millimeter-sized junk floating around. So there's going to be a lot of folks who make their living cleaning up that trash, and others issuing citations and fines for making it, and the same applies to a full-blown Dyson swarm, only scaled up a billion-fold. I don't want to imply such civilizations are constantly living in a swarm of their own junk and hypervelocity shrapnel, or that it isn't manageable, but rather that it is exactly that, manageable. And given that it's being managed by humans, odds are it will be managed rather haphazardly and sloppily. And someone is going to be managing it. A recurring point on this channel is that while such civilizations will doubtless employ a lot of robots, they will probably tend to be fairly stupid robots requiring some oversight. This is not because such a civilization can't make something smarter, but because odds are the cost of having people provide that oversight will be viewed as cheaper than purchasing tons of security and weapons to prevent or contain a machine rebellion, or pay for all the public relations management and spin doctors you need to justify what is pretty much slavery. Build something as smart as a human, and you either need to give it rights, in which case you've just created another citizen paying taxes and complaining about how much infrastructural maintenance costs, or you spend all your time fending off attacks, verbal or literal, about how you're either overtly enslaving an intelligent mind, or essentially created an entire brainwashed species that loves its job. Keep it simple, keep it dumb, or else you'll end up under Skynet's thumb, or being processed in its recycling center. Besides, the other big problem always facing post-scarcity civilizations is what to do with all the people going nuts from a lack of purpose. Speed of reflexes isn't necessarily an issue either. Computers mostly excel at doing simple tasks hyper-fast, but there are options even there. I mentioned earlier that in terms of layers of infrastructure maintenance, you would also have the electronic and digital one, and it might be quite big, metaphorically speaking, as you might have a lot of uploaded digital people, cyborgs, transhumans, or folks who mostly live in virtual worlds. Don't assume just because someone wanted to move to a classic habitat cylinder, which again is not the only type of megastructure, that they are a regular baseline human, or that their kids would be. Just because your parents wanted to live on some orbiting garden park doesn't mean you do. Or that their AI would be. Again, it's not that you don't have AI, it's just if you plan on making it as smart as a human, you best tread carefully about not thinking of it as a person, and that might mean it wants a home and time off too. Subhuman AI modeled on intelligent animals might be a popular approach too, and if your big mechanical hull inspector drone had a brain modeled after a bloodhound, you might be giving it a virtual dog ward to hang out in when Rover's not fixing your hull. This represents a sort of shadow ecology. You might have thousands of different species of critter, from slightly tweaked normal life to massively artificial mechanical and digital life, from amoeba dumb to human smart, and all points in between, all employed maintaining that megastructure, all probably mutating and being altered and patched and upgraded, all likely increasingly unique to each place, as each has its own special needs. And diversification is a good strategy against sabotage or attack too. So I always assume people are building and maintaining these things, even if the definition of people might need to be expanded. Or if the building and maintaining mostly involves shouting at welding drones too stupid to realize they're trying to seal an airlock, not a leak, and sending angry emails off to the programmers about the newest software patch causing your debris clearance drones to open fire on the ones tasked with inspecting the hull because they now thought they were debris, then got themselves shot to smithereens by the station defenses that identified them as hostile after getting a distress call from the debris collectors shouting about being under fire. Incidentally, this is another reason why I always describe space habitats not as a fragile shell, but probably massively armed and armored facilities that would be death traps for an invasion force. Partially because you really do need to have some thick hulls swarming with anti-debris lasers if you expect folks to feel safe living there, and partially because that invasion force needs to be kind of careful going in. Even assuming all those trillions of neighboring space habitats don't care about you blowing that place up, they are not going to appreciate 10 billion tons of flaming wreckage and debris flying around the solar system. Amusingly, probably being chased by many remaining maintenance drones, a gathering swarm of salvage drones who identified it as valuable, fair game assets, and merely getting shot to pieces by all those neighbors trying to take out the flaming wreckage with whichever of their defensive batteries aren't currently busy retaliating against the invasion fleet that caused the problem. And yeah, they probably will have those giant anti-ship guns, because having a megaton space freighter get hijacked or sabotaged and crash into your habitat is a bad time to wish you'd invested in heavy artillery. Possibly not on individual O'Neill cylinders, but as I said, those are on the small side of megastructures under discussion, and you'd probably also tend to see them clustered in packs anyway. Even if they are as big as you can build for engineering limitations or economic viability, you can lash a ton of them together with tethers for easy transport to and fro, and proximity has value. So they're likely to be clustered up like islands in an archipelago rather than evenly distributed, possibly with a superstructure around all of them. Neat thing about most space habitats, they are all basically spaceships too, albeit rather clumsy and slow ones. So it's kind of like a giant houseboat you can move around to be on its own, or park in clusters to share ancillary facilities, which presumably include giant defense guns. But it could easily be that those would evolve as some Leviathan equivalent of RV parks, where instead of an RV going to a place that has hookups and support for lots of recreational vehicles, they have them for entire space stations. Again, a space habitat is basically a somewhat clumsy spaceship, and also more like the Gardner ships we discuss for interstellar colonization. An interstellar ship needs to be totally self-sufficient except for raw materials and fuel, so they can replace any components or colonial gear damaged or decayed in century-long voyages. This effectively makes them mobile factories and colonial farms, since instead of parking at their new world forever, they can stop, drop off half their colonists and colonial gear, restock on raw materials from some asteroid, and make new gear and breed more colonists on their way to the next star. Possibly also new ships, since they need to be able to manufacture every part of their own ship anyway. A similar philosophy applies to space habitats. They don't have to be entirely self-sufficient if they live in built-up solar systems able to supply them, but they will need to be constantly engaging in repair and possibly growth too. This could result in cylinder halves that constantly grew in length like some coil of sausage links, occasionally detaching sections for major repair or retirement, or some big circle of a rotating habitat, a small version of a Topopolis that had a manufacturing center that just slowly rolled through it at a glacial pace, replacing sections, like the Orbis. So long as the hoop is far wider in diameter than the thickness of it, it can be bent and rotate for gravity just fine, same as even steel can be used like a rope if long and skinny enough. Obviously, you automate anything you can, your limitation being how smart and sophisticated you're comfortable with that automation being. And it can be human level or smarter too, just depends on what your civilization is comfortable with ethically and smart enough to avoid killing themselves with. For instance, one of the more obvious maintenance pathways is to go the quasi-biological route, as we've discussed before and most recently in space whales and bioships. If your megastructure is basically a big animal, biological or not, with various organs overseeing repairs and cleanup, it need not be too smart, and certainly many of the parallels for microorganisms living in it doing work need not be, but it's plausible you might find it advantageous to make something pretty smart. Needless to say, you circumvent a lot of the problems by designing something that likes what it does. You've essentially gone and made a big space turtle whose shell you live on or inside. and you'd prefer it not mind you doing so, or actually felt happy as the home to a prosperous civilization there, rather than regarding you as some sort of mold living on it, or cruel taskmaster hoarding and compelling it. Incidentally, when talking about artificial or engineered intelligence of human level or higher, I generally mean that in regard to its capacity for reasoning, abstraction, creativity, and so on. Raw processing power is mostly irrelevant unless it turns out that such things inevitably become sentient and sapient above a certain threshold. You are going to generally want that fairly often though, as while some mega-computer able to track a quadrillion objects simultaneously need not be even vaguely sentient, if it isn't, it is very vulnerable to something stupider but smarter, as it were. And of course, if you've gone the heavy artificial intelligence route, and your various megastructures are quite smart themselves, even if they generally like their jobs, some might want things changed up a bit or become bad eggs. You don't want to be living on a space turtle that's decided you're all parasitic mold and it needs to fly by the sun for some cleansing UV rays, or regard you as its precious but unwise children deeply in need of brainwashing, or it's played the long game and subtly influenced everyone to breed for stupidity or complacency toward it. Add to that, outside of one of these megastructure minds going entirely homicidal, folks would probably be very hesitant to kill one, which might be rather tricky to safely do anyway, but good odds are, if you're going this pathway, you do regard it as inhuman, but still a person or honored critter. I could imagine folks opting to evacuate such a place and leave it be, or try to talk it into some new task. A habitat becomes a nature preserve instead, or some massive warship foundry that decided each ship was its child and is panicking about where they've all gone or gotten destroyed, gets repurposed into an uncrewed observational array, or one with a skeleton crew, even if it's not terribly good at the job. Another fun possible story there, tons of abandoned crazy derelicts that were still quite functional, but only the brave, desperate, or equally crazy wanted to visit them. Which offers another sort of maintenance, psychologists for disturbed megastructure minds. And again, while you might have a single mind for a single place, the equivalent of the mythical genus loci, you are just as likely to have several for many different functions, with many layers of complexity and oversight, that shadow or machine ecology I mentioned earlier. You might possibly have a single overmind, the space turtle, but more likely some equivalent to an ecosystem rather than a single organism. I don't use the ecosystem parallel casually either. As we noted in Void Ecology, even ignoring that biological versus mechanical is a rather vague and arbitrary thing, and a bit of a false dichotomy, such things are likely to take on characteristics of an ecosystem, even if it's designed rather than evolved. It's also worth keeping in mind that most of these have ecosystems on board them too, which we mentioned earlier probably need maintenance in terms of things like genetic diversity, though the bigger megastructures can potentially be as stable as Earth in that regard. Indeed, some are artificial planets or larger than planets. Those usually also would need active support to keep them from falling in on themselves, like orbital rings, and those are going to need maintenance too. Not all megastructures have anything to do with human habitation either, but we generally focus on those, partially for the obvious reason, and partially because many things you need to do at a big scale don't require big objects. I don't need an asteroid-sized mining facility to disassemble an asteroid. Many smaller ones might do the job as well. See the various megastructure and generation ship series for more discussion of those. Similarly, raw energy abundance can help with debris and maintenance. If you've enough juice, everyone just vaporizes any debris right down to atomic dust, and can go heavy-handed on the forging and recycling by just using lots of regular armor that's just raw plain metal you detach and replace and smelt down occasionally. It's good to be experts at recycling and repair in space, but you can make up for that with just raw use of simple automation, raw material, and tons of energy. There are no free lunches, nor infinite stockpiles. Entropy wins out in the end. So civilizations should tend to want to be efficient, even if they don't have to be. But you might also see many phases of approaches, much as we've had here on Earth. early energy-rich, high-automation societies might cheerfully build mini super-armored, resource-intense habitats that were surrounded with space litter. That's very easy to imagine in an early colonization of the asteroid belt, for instance, what with all the mining and likely mini habitats built inside those asteroids, then switch to other methods later. In all probability, you pursue all of these approaches, simultaneously or in phases, or certain factions of civilizations prefer one route over another. Lots of types of megastructures, but I don't classify Dyson swarms as one normally, because I never think of them as likely to be homogeneous, at least civilization-focused ones. There are other Dyson swarm and stellar engine types. Trillions of small artificial worlds, all spread out, just never strikes me as a super unified civilization, or likely to remain one if it began that way. Especially since, as we mentioned a couple weeks back, in threats to interplanetary and interstellar civilizations, diversification is a good survival strategy, and we saw a few more reasons why this is so this time. Of course, unless your maintenance is truly perfect, you are likely to eventually hit a point of diminishing returns, where you opt to build a new one and abandon the old. And we mentioned other ways you might get derelicts too, like one with an overmind that went nuts but was left be. In a system with trillions of these places, even if they are built to last as long as civilization has been around, tens of thousands of years, and even if they were only derelicts a little while, maybe a decade on average, that still means at any given time, you have billions of them sitting vacant and derelict, waiting to be scavenged, repaired, hauled off to the breakers, or just waiting miserably with a few stubborn hoardouts hoping their ghost town will flourish again one day. Such a tiny fraction, small compared to the portion of vacant homes and buildings we have, and yet it's still billions of derelict megastructures, quite possibly acting as temporary homes to trillions of roamers and scavengers and pirates. A sci-fi author's dream come true, and something we'll look at more in a couple of weeks. But for now, that's space janitors and megastructural maintenance, the gritty underside of our bright future, but still pretty awesome, I think. Civilizations like we were discussing today are shaped by and critically dependent on technologies like metallurgy or physics or automation, but then so are we even today, and more so every day as technologies like robotics and computer science move more and more into our daily lives. An understanding of how all this math and science works is no longer just valuable, but vital. And if you'd like to learn more math and science, and have fun while you're doing it, try out Brilliant. Their online courses and daily challenges let you enhance your knowledge of math and science with easy-to-learn, interactive methods from the comfort of your own home and at your own pace. To make it even easier, Brilliant now lets you download any of their dozens of interactive courses through the mobile app, and you'll be able to solve fascinating problems in math, science, and computer science no matter where you are or how spotty your internet connection. If you'd like to learn more science, math, and computer science, go to brilliant.org/IsaacArthur and sign up for free. And also, the first 200 people that go to that link will get 20% off the annual premium subscription, so you can solve all the daily challenges in the archives and access dozens of problem-solving courses. I mentioned derelict space habitats and megastructures probably being very common in the future, even in a civilization that's pretty good about its maintenance and cleanup, and that's a topic that seems worthy of its own episode. So in 2 weeks, we'll head back to the Rogue Civilization series to look at such derelicts, space hulks, trash planets, and the sorts of civilizations that might develop around them. But next week, we will be celebrating our 200th regular episode here on SFIA, where we look at so many awesome things that might one day come to exist, and we'll commemorate the occasion by turning things around and looking at things which will never exist. For alerts when those and other episodes come out, make sure to subscribe to the channel, and you can join in the discussion in the comments below or at any of our forums on Facebook, Reddit, Discord, Patreon, or our website isaacarthur.net, all linked in the video description. Until next time, thanks for watching, and have a great week.
Operations available for priming.
The 41st millennium is a dark place, overflowing with horrors and violence, but even in such a universe there are some fates more terrible than others. And in the case of the servitors, it is not the brutal, unsedated modification of their bodies, or the imperfect process through which their minds are altered that should first and foremost inspire fear and trepidation. It is instead the perfectly ordinary nature of their terror. Servitors are utterly and completely commonplace. They are everywhere. They serve at bars, open doors, haul cargo or luggage. They operate elevators, work at factories, and fight in wars. They are so deeply enmeshed in human society that in the Imperium of Man, the mangled, mind-wiped husks of what were once human beings are as commonplace as computers and microchips are in our world, and often used for similar tasks, and then discarded, just as easily and uncaringly as we may change a light bulb. And that is the really scary part. But what precisely is a servitor? And why are they such ghoulish creations? And perhaps most interestingly, why does the Imperium of Man use them? Why do they convict criminals to servitude in perpetuus? And why does it create vat-grown humans for the sole purpose of turning them into mindless, semi-organic automatons? And we will be answering all of those questions and, quite likely, more as well. But let us start with the what. What is a servitor? A surprisingly complex question, really, because, well, there is no such thing as just a servitor. There are tens of thousands of different patterns of servitors throughout the Imperium. There are indeed even regional patterns that are specifically created to cater to local customs or traditions. There could, for example, be a servitor pattern whose sole duty is to file down the teeth of nobles, or a servitor shaped in the form of a chicken, whose role it is to crack a ceremonial egg at weddings. Or perhaps servitors dressed up as ancient-style knights, fighting each other whilst mounted on yet more servitors in honorary duels. And beyond these thousands of local variants, there are of course servitors that do useful things. And once again, there are as many types of servitors as there are tasks for them to carry out. Think of every single little thing that is done in modern-day human society, either by people or by machines, and there is likely to be a servitor for that specific thing. There is a servitor coffee machine, there is a servitor dog walker, there is a servitor door opener, there is a servitor factory worker, a servitor farm worker, a servitor receptionist. I was not at all exaggerating when I said that servitors are as commonplace in the Imperium as microchips are in our own modern-day world. But if we were to be grossly generalistic, then servitors can generally be divided into two different categories: those expected to do simple things, and those expected to do complex things. And so the question, what is a servitor, is very much so dependent upon what kind of servitor we are speaking of. In the cases of a simple servitor, you could, for example, simply just have a human head, a skull even. In fact, there is a subset of servitors called servo skulls, which are literally just the skulls, usually of honoured imperial citizens, as being turned into a servo skull is seen as a bit of an honour, that are given a simple specific task. This could be something like carrying a Voxcaster around, or a holographic projector, or even something so simple as just carrying a light source. They are also an example of the least human servitors, as the only thing that is human about a servo skull is the skull itself. And this is because the tasks it is expected to carry out do not require overmuch in the way of biological components. Because of course, what truly makes a servitor and not a robot is the peculiar mix of biological and mechanical parts, and the way in which the two interact. Specifically the fact that the biological components of a servitor are all completely and utterly slaved to the mechanical tasks it is made to carry out. In other words, a servitor is not so much a human that has been modified with mechanical parts, as it is a robot that has been modified with human parts. And that is also how the Imperium sees them. To them, a servitor is no more a person than a fridge is to you, and its human parts are there solely to facilitate the mechanical task of the servitor. As an example, let us take a bit more of a complicated servitor, one that has been designed to transcribe conversations in places where it would not be wise to have an actual human scribe, somebody that might speak unguardedly about the highly sensitive topics that the participants in the room might discuss. Such as, for example, an inquisitorial conclave discussing the potential exterminatus of a fully populated imperial world. You would want to make sure that such a touchy subject could never possibly leak in any way, shape or form, for example through the all-too-human weaknesses of a scribe that decides that his real duty might be to the billions of people on the planet, rather than his, of course, far greater duty to the Imperium. And this is not something that anybody has to worry about with the servitor, because, of course, the servitor is not only unable to communicate anything that it has heard to anyone else, the servitor is unable to even understand what is transpiring. Its sole role is to transcribe, to write down what is being said, and that is the only thing that servitor is capable of doing. And in the case of transcription, it is not actually all that simple of a task, to listen to every word being said, interpret those words, and then transcribing them. That is actually a fairly complex process,
Incoming communication.
made 1,000 times more intricate by the fact that in such sensitive circumstances, the Inquisition does not trust data slates, or for the information to be transferred in any electronic fashion. Handwritten transcripts only. But due to the Adeptus Mechanicus' skill in biological engineering, they are able to tap into the human brain and stimulate the various sectors within it so as to achieve the look-for result. They can quite literally selectively target and activate only the parts of the human brain that have to do with the recognition of language. Indeed, their manipulation is so expert that they will allow the human form, and in this case the human brain, to do virtually all of the work. Instead of programming an incredibly complex program to create what appears to be handwriting, the Adeptus Mechanicus simply affects the servitor's brain in such a way that when it hears a word, it automatically writes that word, utilizing all of the usual memory and motor functions that are associated with such an action. This allows the Mechanicus to create servitors able to carry out complex tasks relatively easily. Take another example. Combat servitors, particularly the bipedal kind. It may sound simple enough for a servitor to wander across the battlefield and fire its weapon at anything that looks hostile, but take it from me, who's worked with robots a fair bit, it's not. Merely just the walking part is exceptionally difficult, and traversing terrain such as a battlefield that will almost certainly be littered with all kinds of interesting obstacles, not to mention the constant creation of new obstacles by things such as artillery strikes, mine detonations, or slippery patches created when the servitor to the left takes an autocannon hit to the chest. And of course, that's just the beginning of the challenges. Then you need a fire control system, a way for the servitor to aim and effectively engage targets, and of course figuring out what is and is not a target. It's somewhat unfortunate if your battle servitors keep shooting their friends after all. But once again, whilst solving many of these problems would be very intricate and complicated if we were to use software, programs, and fully mechanical automated solutions, the Adeptus Mechanicus is able to utilize the human body itself to solve a lot of these problems. The process of walking, for example. Whilst it may be very difficult to get a machine to walk on two legs effectively and continuously be able to improvise to get across various obstacles and, as mentioned, freshly created ones, for the human body, it is trivial. We do so without conscious thought, despite, again, the intricate nature of walking. It requires the cooperation of several major muscle groups to allow you to ambulate around. And of course, all of those muscle groups require central control from your nervous system, your brain, and the electrical impulses required to get the muscles to contract and relax. But of course, our brain is more than used to doing this very thing. And so, by manipulating the human body directly, the Adeptus Mechanicus is able to make servitors capable of walking with comparative ease. There are also other examples of how the Adeptus Mechanicus utilizes the human body's impulses in a different fashion. In the case of walking, it is simply effective to allow the subject to retain the use of his legs for mobility purposes. But what about the weapon? It would be, of course, entirely possible to simply have the servitor carry a weapon, much like a regular infantryman. But is that the most effective way to do it? Absolutely not. Carrying a weapon, raising it, aiming it, firing it, that too is, again, a rather complex task. And so instead, the Adeptus Mechanicus may decide to just cut out the middleman. Instead of having the body carry a weapon, shoulder it, aim it, steady it, and so on, why not simply graft the weapon onto the servitor's very own flesh, mounting a heavy bolter, for example, near the shoulder joints, and having it stabilize itself via mechanical means, because that is relatively easy to achieve via mechanical means. And while we're at it, why don't we gouge out those eyeballs as well? The human eyeball's not a dreadful optic, but there are certainly far better mechanical ones, and we can hook those much better optics directly up to the brain and use it as a form of recognition software. Uniforms, banners, insignia, hell, even faces if you so wish, could all be programmed into the human mind. The brain has amazing storage capacity. It might not feel like it when you're looking for your car keys in the morning, but trust me, there's actually a fair bit of room up there. And what other things could we replace? This being a combat servitor, it's liable to be damaged in less than healthy ways. And whilst the human mind is useful for many things, it does tend to have some rather unfortunate reactions to, overwhelming pain, for example. So how about we just get rid of that? Shut off the section that processes pain. It's not like the servitor's gonna need it, and frankly, keeping it on would be downright sadistic. Actually, on second thought, don't turn off that part, just turn off the part that reacts to that part. These are criminals, after all. And what about the respiratory system? That too is a rather needless weakness, don't you think? How about we switch that out with a series of filters, an iron lung essentially, so that our lovely little combat servitor won't simply just keel over foaming at the mouth at the merest presence of a little bit of Nurgle in the air. And so the process goes on. The Adeptus Mechanicus adepts will simply look upon the human body and coldly and detachedly decide which portions can be best used to enhance their favoured experiments. A hand might be useful for more crude tasks, but in the case of a servitor designed for typing, best chop those off and replace them with something a bit more articulate. Something with more fingers, perhaps. And legs, too. Whilst useful in many regards, maybe it would be more useful to simply bifurcate the subject at the waist or so and slap on a pair of tracks instead. And of course, the final subject in the what is a servitor question is where do they come from? We've already touched upon this briefly. They are convicted criminals or vat-grown humans. But there is more to that, isn't there? And it is also vital as to the why, which we will get to in a little bit. The whole criminal part is, one might even say, justified. Oh, well, harsh punishment to be sure, but nevertheless there is certainly a degree of poetic justice involved, isn't it? Those who have caused the Imperium the most consternation, those that have been the most disruptive to the Imperial order, is given, quote unfucking quote, a chance to rectify their transgressions, a chance to make up for their bad behavior, and a chance to contribute to the Imperium that so graciously grants them this chance at redemption. That's all well and good. You did something naughty, steal an apple for example, and so you're convicted to eternal servitude, or, well, until your fleshy parts give out at the very least, and then you'll be cashiered. Then you go through a lengthy, if imperfect, process of mind-wiping, where they eradicate what you once were. This is, however, as mentioned, not necessarily a foolproof process. Whilst in most cases it will succeed in eradicating the sense of self, leaving behind only that which is necessary for the machine to operate and utilize the fleshy parts with benefits, there have been occasions where that has been less than true. Imagine yourself trapped within your own body, still able to feel all of the things that goes on with it, but completely and utterly unable to do anything about it. Then imagine having your lower body severed. Ungently so, and of course without sedation, because, well, servitors aren't humans, and so they don't need any. Imagine having your arms removed and replaced with crude mechanical implants, to which, in the future, various tools or weapons can simply be bolted on. Imagine having your eyes gouged out and replaced with crude optics, fizzling and sparking in your eye sockets. And when all that's complete, you're trundled off to some God-Emperor-forsaken hellhole to fight in a war. And the only way out is to either break down from overuse or be destroyed. On the bright side, at least in a war zone, there's a decent chance of the latter actually happening. Whilst if you were put as a servitor in some factory next to a conveyor belt, you could be there for centuries, trapped inside of your own mind, with no escape but time and erosion. Come to think of it, the punishment may actually be a hint on the harsh side. Though to be fair, it is usually, wait on the usually part, reserved for those who have done really bad shit against the Imperium. Although again, local law may differ. On one planet, a particularly egregious crime against the Imperium may be something like insurrection, rioting, sedition, or instigation, whilst on another planet it might be wearing the wrong gown to a fancy dress party. And the best part is, the flaws in the mind-wiping process usually start appearing over time. And so the longer a subject is expected to remain as a servitor, the greater the chances of the flaws manifesting. Who could even begin to guess how many millions or billions of servitors across the Imperium are in reality trapped within their own minds, forever screaming out at the world surrounding them? But at least we can take some solace in the apparent fact that at least those servitors did something wrong. Depending upon the definition of the local world, of course, but something wrong in someone's opinion. But what about the vat-grown servitors? This is where things get a little bit more interesting. For the subject of vat-grown humans in the Imperium is a little bit murky. On the one hand, there are suggestions that vat-grown humans lack a certain something. A certain spark that makes a person, a soul, if you will. And it is also important to note, in that regard, that there are such things as souls in the 40k universe. Though, calling them souls, the word has a fair bit of meaning, religious meaning specifically, so whether or not we can truly use that word to adequately describe whatever it is that is released from a human body upon death in 40k, and usually messily devoured by demons shortly thereafter, is less clear, and opens up a whole host of secondary questions as well. What about resuscitation? Is it a certain period of time, perhaps? What about people in a vegetative state? Are their souls trapped within their bodies? Or is that as a result of their soul being devoured, resulting in the body still being alive, but there being nothing there anymore? It's, well, it all gets rather complicated when we arrive at that point, because once again, we do know that souls are a thing in 40k. We also know that sufficiently talented psykers can travel outside of their bodies in an astral form, and if that astral form is nommed, then the body becomes nothing more than a hollow husk. But why would a vat-grown human not have a soul? What makes them so special, so different? And one must also point out that there is a difference between vat-grown humans and humans grown Well,
Incoming communication. Production ready.
Forget about meaningful relationships in the shadow of that phase echo generator. Half the people here aren't native to this plane of existence. They just shift in and out of our reality. I must confess, my relationships never last, regardless of whether the generator's active. Teddy Slade, Vanguard Infantryman.
grown is perhaps too harsh a word in that context, but created through somewhat artificial means. The Death Corps of Krieg, for example, utilize ancient technology known as Vita wombs, artificial wombs, to create the millions upon millions of soldiers required for the Krieg war effort. So what is the inherent difference? Why does the one have a soul and the other does not, if we are to assume that vat-grown servitors do not have a soul? And again, that too is a contentious subject. For example, the Emperor's children created a clone of Horus, but that clone of Horus was easily defeated by Phaelbedon the Harmless, suggesting that there was something very much so wrong with the clone. But then, of course, we also enter into the question, is there a difference between a clone and a vat-grown human? If yes, what and why? This is a portion of 40k lore that has not yet been fully explored, and one that the Imperium by and large has absolutely no interest in exploring. Because as far as the Imperium is concerned, clones are not humans. Literally speaking, they have no rights, they have no protections, they are not considered to be, well, living creatures, practically. They are things, items, the property of their owners. And at least in this regard, vat-grown humans can be different. Not necessarily, mind you, a vat-grown human is not, as far as the Imperium is concerned, a human by default. But it would appear that their rights, or at least their possible acquisition of rights, are a bit easier and a bit more legalistically grey than clones, which are, by any and all definitions, absolutely not human. In fact, there is even the question whether or not clones, fully functional clones, mind you, with a mind of their own, are even entirely legal, or if they in fact breach with the ban on artificial intelligences. In this case, of course, we're not talking about an artificial intelligence in a mechanical sense, but a creature, a clone, that has been created artificially and is intelligent. Which of course raises yet another further question. Oh yes, we are going deep down the rabbit hole here. Let us assume that they do not possess a soul, as we can potentially see from the highly shadowy Ephriel Strain program. This is a highly legalistically dubious, and hence extraordinarily secretive attempt to create a perfect soldier by combining and mixing and matching the DNA of the Imperium's greatest heroes into a singular, perfect human being, which can then be cloned as many times as necessary. Entire regiments of these clones have been created and deployed to active battlefields, where they invariably meet with great success due to the innate superiority of the
Systems
soldiers that
infiltrated.
make up the regiment, and their bond with one another. They are, de facto, the same person. They think in the same patterns, and therefore they can coordinate with one another to a degree that even the most well-trained troopers would find difficult to emulate. Alright then. So far it sounds like a rip-roaring success, does it not? Why is the Imperial Guard not filled with such regiments? Well,
Incoming communication.
it is because they have a strange side effect. Wherever the Ephriel strain soldiers have been deployed, they, as mentioned, meet with great success, and then, soon thereafter, the regiment is, without exception, destroyed. Wiped out, annihilated, through a lengthy, complex, involved series of seemingly impossible coincidences. And this happened again and again and again. Far beyond the levels of mere coincidences. It would appear that something within the very nature of these soldiers made them extraordinarily unlucky. Simple as that. Now, I may say, simple as that, but that clearly is not a natural thing. That is not a common occurrence, and so clearly there must be something with the Ephriel strain that creates this result. And the most obvious being, of course, that they are clones. This again would suggest that there is something wrong with clones in the 41st millennium, that there is a lack of a certain something that complicates their existence in the universe. But this does not appear to affect grown humans. And one of the most prominent examples of that, or the most prominent examples, would of course be the Primarchs.
Le vagy mutatni. Halló?
Now that we've discovered how to extract every possible
Jó,
detail
rájöttem,
from our
föl,
research
elmentem
and
a
created
boltba,
some truly wondrous
vettem
things, let's
reggelit.
document the process and then claim that's how we did it all along. Ryan
most
Colkins,
jöttem vissza,
Configuration
megettem a-
Manager.
Lapkásámat. Jó. A nyuszi jó mérges volt, beraktam hozzá a jeges palackot. Nem tetszik neki a jeges. Hallod, olyan mérges lett a jeges palack, jó meg is verte. Így a két első tappancsával így üti. Rákcsálta meg, arrébb vitte, nem volt jó. Direkt azért hoztam le, hogy tudod mellé tudjon feküdni be a melegbe.
Operations
Van neki
available
ilyen,
for priming.
varva van neki annak a palacknak egy ilyen kis ruha, akkor abban így bele van bújtatva, és akkor oda mellé tud feküdni, és hűvösebb. Ez meg jól észreveszik, az kihúzta onnan a feküdni, aztán ott fekszik mellette fél méterre. Tehát, hogyha... Nem, most ott hagytam neki. Hát ha ott is valamennyit hatna. Hát ő azért bundában van szegény, gondolom dögmelege van. De érdekes, ha tetszik neki, hogy ki van engedve a ketrecből, mert ott a kövön tetszik, hogy alul feküdt. Ó, ideg van azon a kövön, gondolom. Vagy hát idegebb van azon a kövön, mint a műanyag ketrec. Majd a ketrecnek műanyag az alja. mondom, hogy azt, de én kiengedem, én mindig kinyitom neki a kertecet, konyhába viszont van ilyen márványlap, és az meg hideg. Kijön, és akkor elfek a márvány. De mióta? De mióta vagy már önt? Azt. Én is fölkeltem valami 6 óra, 7 óra körül, kiengedtem a nyuszit, visszafeküdtem, azt arra keltem föl, hogy 11 óra baszott. Sőt, már majdnem dél. 11 óra, még jó is lett. Akkor még nem kellett volna ezt tennem. Így. Hát mikor elindultam már a boltba, pedig rögtön nem keltem, addig dél lett. Nagyon elaludtam, hallod. Te meg nem bírtál aludni? Te rögtön mentél aludni, miután leléptél, vagy még azért fel? Hát az korán. Már a te hozzá, ja, te az jóval később. Hétköznap. Ahol én meg még nem bírtam elaludni, aztán volt egy film, ami kijött. Tudod ki az a Quentin Tarantino? De inkább rendező. De ő csinálta a Bluffot. Egy csomó jó, a Bluff. Meg egy csomó jó filmet. Aztán mit lehet több Bluffot? De a... Mondjad meg. Gyorsan akartam mondani. Nem. Amúgy lehet több Bluff. Ja nem, azt a Guy. Bassz. Mit? Na, a ponyvaregény. Batchman Brigadier, a kutyaszorító, Kill Bill 1, Django Wells, Jackie Brown. Alkonyat, adatik. Na mindegy, annak kijött most egy új filmje, amit csinált. De én már nagyon régóta vártam, mert már nekem majdnem egy hónapja én leszett Pirate Bay-ről, csak az a baj, hogy nem csinált hozzá senki. Se angol feliratot, a magyar meg még. De én már egy angolal is megelégettem volna, de egyszerűen nem voltam. Arab feliratot talált. Egyet. És már majdnem egy hónapja kijött a film. De azt tudtam, hogy a magyar kijövetel az csónappal később lesz. Amint megjött a magyar, a magyar mozikba, ott most jött meg a héten. Már péntek, tegnap már megjött este a szinkronos verziót. Akkor így nem kellett angol feliratot tovább. Már mondjuk megnéztem volna eredeti nyelven, de jó. Ja, de még én kajálok, de még eszem a jogkúromat, szóval. Látom. Hát úgy fél szemmel jön. De bevettem a Tesco-ba. Csirke szárnyastóval. Sült csirke. Nem majd csak délután. Na jó van. Ja, hát én is. Múltkor is vettem. Hát ilyen csirkesalátákat egész rájött. Tudod, hogy így vannak benne ilyen csirke húsok, ilyen általában ez valami fűszeres csirkecsíkok, vagy valami hasonló. Akkor az mellé adnak salátát, meg van rajta öntött, tök finom így. Régen tök nem szeretem ilyet, most hát de ilyenek vannak. Fasz. Ha. Ez szokott velem előfordulni, tudod, amikor annyit játszottunk, meg annyira benne voltunk, hogy nem vettük észre, hogy érsek vagyunk, és átment. Ja, ja, ja. Ja, én is észrevettem, hogy ez... Csak az a baj, hogy én nekem már rájöttem, hogy volt egy csomószor olyan, hogy fájt a fejem, és rájöttem, hogy azért fájt, mert már nem ezt. És én meg annyira fosok, hogy egy kicsit is elkezd fájni a fejem, akkor az az első, nem az az első, hogy megyek gyógyszert beszedni, hanem úristen, lehet, hogy nem akkor megyek gyorsan valamit. Mondom, jókor reggel. De még nem volt itt volt. Annól bocskáttam, hogy gyors szaladtam a boltba, mert nem volt itt most semmi kajara reggelire. Akkor mondom, elmegyek a boltba. Fölkeltem, ott átöltem, megfésüköttem, még le se zuhanyoztam majd, mint amit. Ja, úgy értem, hogy ez nekem, azért mondtam, hogy nekem én még a felkelési fázisban vagyok, csak muszáj volt gyorsan elmenni a Tesco-ba, ezért még most nyújtózkodom, tudod. De jó, hogy mondtad a pohár vizet, én is. Főleg már megvan.
Operations available.
Eszem ezt a nyúszit, baszod. Szegénynek tényleg így csúsznak ki az első mancsai. Akarja magát nyalogatni, tisztogatni, tudod? És akkor közben meg így csúsznak szét a mancsa. Akkor mindig vissza kell rántania. Kurva kemény hallod, mint egy ilyen rajzfilmben hallod. Már csak hangot kéne alá tenni, meg fölvenni, hallod, ez tuti lehetne. Ja, lehet, azt kéne, hallod.
Enemy eliminated.
Nagyon cuki, hallod. Na, hogy állsz? Ne.
Enemy terminated. Enemy eliminated.
Azért még bírják. Ugye lejön róluk a debuff, és itt szétlőnek egy sőt, így egyszerre 3 egység így egy lövés, guff! 3 egységet is. Lehet, hogy lemány kontrollozzák a main egységet, és azokkal leverik saját. Hát. De miért nem akar?
Unit
Sniper.
destroyed.
Chat, perc, játék. Nem? Mondom, a mind controlosokat kiszedett sniperrel a játék elején is egy perc. Mhm. Tényleg hol van az a tüzes egység, amit úgy kaptál a Danger? Tehát amúgy meg és akárki, akkor meg ott van az a Minecraft, ott miért nem mész neki vagy 3 csapattal egy. Tőle.
Enemy terminated.
Mhm. Jut eszembe most, mondjad majd a főnöködnek, hogy hétfőn meg kedden nem ér dolgozni, mert magyar ünnep van. Személy. Mondd meg, hogy ha nem, akkor pedig ez diszkrimináció, bepereled. Akkor is beperel.
Enemy annihilated.
Neked nem a repülőket lelőni, eddig akármink ellenfelet simán lődözte a repülőket.
Enemy annihilated. Enemy eliminated. Enemy killed.
Jó.
Enemy killed.
Ment egy csomó csavarhúzó. Akkor tudod, kisebb, nagyobb, még nagyobb, még nagyobb. Akkor oda van írva, hogy számít a még. Számít a méret.
Enemy eliminated.
Mondom, elsőre azt hittem ezek injekciós tük. Mondom, ott is számít a méret, baszod. De gondolod el egy ilyen baszon, hogy injekciós tűvel akarnak beadni valamit, vagy egy kicsivel. Akkor mondod, hogy számít a méret, nem? Jön a doki egy akkorával, érted? Úgy veszik el a szekrényből, amilyen kétajtós. Gyere Gábor, kapsz egy ajtatot!
Enemy annihilated.
Ja, csak azért kapott, hogy ne érezd a következő szurit. Hát oda is odaírnám, számít a méret. Jó, csak tudom, hogy mindig ez a poén, hogy nem számít a méret, nem adna. Hát dehogy nem. Ez tett. Azt a kúla. Ez a gondoltad volna pont az epilepsziáról. Az epilepsziát népiesen régen nyavajatörésnek is hívták. Nyavajatörés.
Enemy terminated. The assembly march on. Enemy.
Nem tudom, nyavajatörés, ez volt a nép. Most olvasom. Hát, ja. Ennyi. Főnév, népies jelentése epilepsziás roham. Amúgy nem csak epilepsziát lent, hanem epilepsziás rohamot. De durva. Jó, én nálam a népies dolgok ott elvesztették az értelmüket, amikor rájöttem, hogy boszorkányokat üldöztek az emberek, szóval... szóval nem adott nekik sok hitelt. Ja, ja, ja. Aha, aha. Ja, ja, értem. Hogy most vissza tudnák hozni egy... Hát ja, hogy gondolod, de 40 évvel ezelőtt milyen technikák voltak, még ilyen Star Wars alaptechnikák. Most már, hallod, én olyan videót láttam, hogy a csávó, az egy színész beszélgetett, hát egy ilyen tudod, ilyen létnás cuccban, akkor valaki fogta a videót és átalakította úgy, hogy a csávó azt a szép lassan átalakul a Tom Hanks arcába, nem is a Tom Hanks, a Tom Cruise arcává. Hát és a végére már olyan, mintha Tom Cruise beszél. Az elején még egy tök más színész, utána meg már mintha Tom Cruise. Nem tudom ki az első színész volt, de ja. Hallod, ha ilyen technikák lesznek, a végére olyan videókat össze lehet rakni, hogy nem mondod meg, bazd meg, hogy ez most kamu, vagy nem kamu, érted? Fasza. Na most nem tudom mi volt ez, hallod. Neked is? Akkor jó, akkor ez a Discord volt a szarnál. Jó, azért mondom. Ja, ja, végre nem abba kell keresni a pibát, hogy vagy milyen szort állítottunk mi el. Szarukban beállítva a Discord, a gépem, a izé. Minden fasz. Minden. De jó most. Pihenni. Olyan sokat aludtam. Sokat aludtam, ki kell pihennem.
Production ready.
Nem az alvást kell kipihennem. Hallod, most jut eszembe, most mennek a nagy Dota m***ám. Na most sorry, átnézek meg. Játszik az OG meg a Fnatic. Az a baj, hogy ilyenkor mindig kedvet támad dotázni. Aha, miért neked nem? Nem, mert én látom, hogy ők hogy csinálják, és én tudom, hogy tudnám jól. Ja? Nem hiszed nekem? Na jó, de legalább, még nem is azt mondom, hogy jobban, de legalább megpróbálnák hallják. Ja, jó. Jó.
Sector annexed.
Jézus Mária! Itt 10 HP-ban menekült el a csávó, bazd. Akkor a Hát nem, mert téged hallgat. De téged hallgatlak. Így halkan megy, hallok valamit. De úgy nem jók ezek a kommentárok, akik most vannak. Régen mindig tök ugyanazok voltak, ismert nagyjából a hangjukat, minden. Valami, vagy legalább valami Dota játékos voltak, nagy streamerek, tudod. Most már olyan hangok vannak, meg olyan emberek, akik tök... Érted? Mert megszoktam. Itt van ez a srác, olyan idegesítő hangja van, hogy beszarás. Mint hogyha én beszélnék orhang. Így beszél. Na hát mit számít a hang? Látod, hogy számít? Azt tök más hősökkel mennek. Amiket láttam eddig meccsek, azok majdnem hasonló hősökkel mentek, hasonló hősök voltak. Ez a Fnatic OG-s meccs, baszod. Olyan hősökkel vannak, amik eddig egyáltalán nem láttam meccs. Már úgy értem, hogy az eddigi meccs. Mert láttam Axot például, azzal ment a Giroud ugyebár, az is a másik, a két carry volt. De nem tudom. De hát logikus lenne, hogy azok a ilyen über top csapatok voltak. Jó, hát ezek is azok, de... Majdnem leverték a csávot, szerek. Nem értem.
Enemy destroyed. The assembly march on.
Ne. Te most tudsz ilyet gyártani, vagy ez csak az egy lesz örök? Azért mondom, tudom, hogy Revard volt, emlékszem, amikor megkaptad, csak arra vagyok kíváncsi, hogy az ilyenkor megkapod a gyártási leírást is hozzá? Jaj. Még több lágsz. Valami fagyasztós tudsz, tudod, hogy így... Ha már lángszóró meg minden tűzsebzés, akkor legyen egy fagyaszt. És szétesik a gép. Jó, és azok idegek. Aha, jaj. Leverték a Fnaticot. Gyors volt. 30. 36 perc. Hallod? A múltkori legutolsó meccs, amit néztem, hát talán 2 meccset néztem amúgy ezen kívül. Az egyik az valami 80 perces volt, vagy az már majdnem másfél óra, hallod? Másfél óra Dota. Egy meccs, egyetlen. Blizzard már most látja, hogy elképesztő túlnépesedés lenne World of Warcraft Classic. Ezért nyitott 2 új szervert. Megszólalt, ez nem annyira általában az új kiegészítők megjelenésekről szembesülnek, hogy a szerverek kapacitása nem végtelen. Sokszor sorba kellett állnunk a bejutáshoz. Ez nem annyira szerves része a klasszikus WoW élménynek, hogy a Blizzard mindenáron ragaszkodjon hozzá. Tehát amúgy ez hozzájár a klasszikhoz, nem? Az ott is volt egy csomószor. Bármi kellett.
Once we remove most of your natural form, we can imbue your body framework with substances and weapons that are anathema to organic life. This is the true subjugation of carnal flesh. Professor Ellen Shaw, Assembly First. Azt mondják, hogy megemelhetnék a létszámkorlátot a szervereken, mint amekkora 2006-ban volt, de nem fogják, mert azt mondják, hogy később komoly problémák okozhatnak. És hozzátették, hogy olyan realm, ami most médium népességűnek jelez, több karakternek ad otthont, mint a legnépszerűbb realmek az eredeti változat indulása. Szóval egy mostani... Mi? De hallod, most egy médium, az olyan, mint amikor az már még el se indult, szóval még van 10 nap. Gábor, még 10 nap van, mire elindul a WoW. És már most, érted, még el se indult, még csak karaktereket lehet gyártani. Mert most vannak, tele vannak fullosszerókkal. De azok nem is médiumok, hanem fullosok.
How the swarm obtains information is immaterial to the mind of the hive. Kiki Schlick, the spy.
Ja, meglátjuk. Lehet most jön a WoW második aranykora. Amúgy én a BC-t szerettem talán a legjobban. De volt valamelyik, amelyik jobban a szívedhez nőtt. Hát, nekem is ugyanígy, ahogy te most. Én is a BC-ben nyomtam talán a legtöbbet, ott volt a legtöbb időm. De hát ez hozzátartozik ahhoz, hogy ezért klassz. Vagy az nekem a kedvenc. Azt hittem, hogy neked is a nakszarmazos. A WC-ben volt nakszarmaz. Mármint a jó fajta. Mert ott nagyon szerettél rédezni, arra emlékszem. Meg ott nagyon vágtattak jó partikat, tehát te ott fejlődték ki szerintem a legjobban. Ott tudtál a legjobban kibontakozni. Ha várjál, a híres az jobb, mint a hírhet. Miről voltál hírhet? Miről voltál hírhet? Te nyújtod be a legtöbb raidet. Vagy a legtöbb lootot a raiden. Partikat összehozni. Jaj. Tudták, hogy holnap után lehet már másikba lesz. Nem voltál a gágypusztító. De Gear Destroyer. Kellett volna a saját acsi. Vagy nem acsi, hanem tudod, ilyen név. Amit a neved fölött van, tudod. Rang. Igen, olyan. Azért nem tetted tönkre a gildeket. Baszta. Mérges voltál rájuk, vagy miért? Király. Ja. De mi ismertek, hogy jó rédeket csinálsz, vagy miért? Ja. Király. Mi? Várj, de úgy tudták a taktikot. És nem is szétesett a réd. Jézus Gábor. Ennyi vagy. Jó van, most már figyeljetek, hogyha legközelebb rédelünk, és behalunk, már figyelni fogok, Gábor, figyelni fogok ezek után. Ja. Well. Ja, az már nem volt kihívás, hogy leveritek a boss, már bevágtok botot a rédet. Jó van. Van baj. Aha. Aha. Awesome. Teljesen. A Lich Kinget is szerettem amúgy. Csak ott kevesen tudtam játszani. A Burning Crusade-et én is azért szerettem szerintem a legjobban, mert ott tudták játszani. Bandáriás az szörnyű volt, nem tudom kitaláltak, de meg. Az oké, de akkor is szar. Onnantól kezdődött el szétbaszódni a dolog. Bármint onnantól nem jött vissza soha az a feeling, ami a BC-ben meg a Lich. Szerintem. Nekem legalább, nekem olyan érzésem van mindig. Mint hogyha ott baszták volna. Azért PvP. Ez a robottál ráálltál a falra. Király. Minden máson. Ami a földön vannak ilyen izék, ilyen kocsironcsok, meg falak, meg izék. Akkor mind át... Ja. Látom, hogy... Bár mondjuk szerintem ott van az a rocsból épített torony, azt tudja, hogy full fedezék, de szerintem ránéz. Csoda, hogy ezt nem tud átmenni. A kocsironcsokat meg szétizélod. Tényleg? Kurva jó. Egyre jobban tetszik a játék többet. Hát de ott vannak az élet... De ott vannak az életcsíkok, az nem elég feltűnő? Lehet, hogy biztos meg lehetne nagyítani az élet, de én szerintem az életcsíkok miatt elég feltűnő. Értem, hogy mire gondolsz. Ha nem lenne életcsík, akkor én is panaszkodhatnék erre, de így... Ja, értem. Igen, ez úgy eléggé valószínű, hogy ez befolyásolja a dolgot, Gábor.
Operations available.
De az a nagy placsnival azokat a félfedezékeket ott mind lebontotta. Nem ez lőtte szét, hanem ott az a lenti ágyús, poison ágyús. Jaj. Én nem is tudtam, hogy így szét lehet szedni a terepet. Tudod, mi kéne izé? Semmi nézd. Ja, nem mondom, hogy kíváncsi leszek, hogy lesznek-e ilyen izék, mit tudom én, Earthstrike-ok, vagy valami olyan dolgok, amik így hatalmasnak tennek. Műholdbomb, vagy bolygóbombázás. űrből. Hát jó, hát majd biztos leszel majd, ha még kíváncsi leszek, hogy milyen lesz, amikor már teljesen elfejlődik az országot. Hát azért még mindig az előtt vagy a játéknak, nem? Vagy, vagy ez már, hát még mindig, még egy csomó fajjal nem is találkoztál, nem? Vagy lehet, hogy már kinyírták a többi fajt, már csak ezek van. Kemény. Aha. Miért itt mindenki belét köt?
Enemy killed.
Jaj, jaj. Nem megyek bagozni, mindjárt vagyok.
Enemy annihilated. Enemy killed. Enemy eliminated. Enemy eliminated. Enemy destroyed. Enemy eliminated. Our forces are victorious. operations available for priming. Incoming communication. Happiness event in colony.
Érdekes. A bagózó szobában állandóan bug. Ebben a szobában nem. De a bagózóban bug. Lehet. Azt itt dohányos akar lenni.
Happiness event in colony.
Megesik.
Production ready. Production ready.
Hát egy lázadás. Fasz. Szóval, ha elfoglalod a fajt, akkor onnantól kezdve minden. Na, akkor most már mínusz egy faj. Úristen, ez nem tartozik bele abba. Fasz. Addig ez egy kicsit, mert kinyírtad a bogarat, ugye? Ja. Király. Jövő héten 23-án lesz új szezon a Diablo-ba. Pont jó, akkor még addig tudok majd játszani egy kicsit, meg majd jön a... Ah! Jöjj! Ja, hát ez téged nem érdekel, mert én ezt úgyis csak egy... A Diablo-val egy hétig jó játszani. Már egy nap alatt fölhúzod, 3 nap alatt meg lesz a gíred, akkor még van 2 napod arra, hogy kijátszza a jó gíred. Tudom, hogy ez csak 5 nap, de nekem annyi egy hét. Ja, addig is jó, amúgy nagyon hamar meg lehet unni. Nagyon gyorsan összeszeded a gíredet, meg mindent. Már nincs miért harc. Nem, azért szeded össze a gírt, utána összeszedni egy jobb gírt. De ez a poéban is ugyanaz van. Miután meglett a Headhunter, én addig játszottam már bele. Addig tök jó volt, mert az volt a célom, tudod, hogy legyen Headhunter. Meglett a Headhunter, és utána abba hagytam a játékot. Mert utána már nincs célod, mit farmolsz ki utána már, érted? Megvan a legdurvább cucc a játékban, akkor már mit csinál? Akkor már mi az, amit farmolsz? Hát én erre nem gondolom. Az a baj, hogy én tudom, hogy kurva sok, szóval, hogy ja, kurva sokáig tart egy buildet jól össze. Vagy lehet sok közepes builded, és általában én inkább azt választom, hogy legyen egy build. De értem a logikát. Azt, amilyen rakettjósról lőtt rád. De alig sebzett. Nem tudom, mit csináljunk, hogy most nekiálljak, gyorsan csináljam még majd a csirkeszárnyamat, vagy játszunk egy kicsi volt, egy óra múlva menjek csirkeszárnyat csinálni. 2:30. Nálad akkor 1:30, 1:30. Te mikor akarsz menni kaját csinálni? Hát azért egyél valami, próbálj ki ilyen salátát, csirkesalátát. Tudod, találsz rendelni is lehet, hogy ha nem akarsz. Kurva jó, hallod, hogy így együtt teszed az egészet, szóval nem azt csinálod, hogy külön-külön eszed belőle a dolgokat, hanem veszed egy kis húsit, egy salátát, egy tüzét, meg az öntet, meg mindent. Nyakamatra, hogy van ilyen 1000 fajta ilyen salátákot, amit lehet rendelni, és nem is drágák. Tényleg. Ez elég szó. Hát akkor... Amúgy én tudod, hogy milyen salátát vettem? Én azt neked is ajánlom. Lehet venni is salátát a Tesco-ba, én ilyen zacskóba így adnak, és így össze van keverve csomó minden saláta, és akkor ilyen saláta gyárul. Akkor arra veszel, lehet venni öntetet, vagy veszel majonézt, veszel tejföl, majonézt csinál, vagy lehet venni külön hozzá öntetet, akarsz szórakozni. De nem úgy értem, hogy azért egyéb valamit, csak ne sokat, hanem keveset, meg tényleg ilyen salátát, meg szimpla húsit. Mondom, csirkehús, olyan, mint a gyrosz hús, ahhoz hasonlít, szóval így nem ilyen olajba sütött meg akármilyen, saját magában kicsit megkísérlezve, pirítod a serpenyőbe. Amúgy ott szerintem is. Basszus, kávé hatott. Jézus már, mindjárt jövök.
Enemy eliminated. Enemy killed. Enemy terminated. Enemy down. Unit disconnected. Enemy killed. Our forces are victorious.
It is a matter of our security to know every discovery ever made by all other worlds in our reach. We would never abuse this information. We're the government, the good guys. Burgess Kian, Core Systems Architect.
Operations ready. Enemy annihilated. Enemy destroyed. Our forces are victorious. Operations available for priming. Operations ready. Enemy down. Unit has fallen. Enemy killed. Enemy eliminated. Enemy destroyed. Our forces are victorious. Objective completed.
Ja, egy szegény nyusi aludna, én meg itt basztatom állandóan. Stresszes! Minden pillanatban, amikor kimegyek, akkor szedegetem neki a bogyóit mindenhonnan, nehogy valahol belelépjen. Szedegetem össze az összes kis szart, amit szétszór. Hozom neki, állandóan adok neki valami kis szart, valami zöldet, vagy egy kis kaját, vagy kis vizet. A vizet állandóan nyomkodom neki, hogy több víz jöjjön, mert ezeknek olyan vízadagolójuk van, hogy van benne, olyan, úgy képzeld el, mint a régi golyósegeret, hogy van benne egy cső, és abban van egy ilyen golyó, és akkor azt a golyót, ahogy így nyalogatják, úgy folyamatosan a vizes, hogy nyalog. Én még pluszban nyomkodom neki, hogy több vizet kapjon. Direkt hozom le neki a jeges vizet, hogy le tudja. Direkt hozom neki a jeges vizet, hogy le tudja magát hinteni. Nehogy melege legyen. Nyitogatom, meg csukdosom az ablakot. Jó van neki, vagy nem jó? Most hoztam neki fölmentem, mert WC-n voltam, utána meg fölmentem, kávét csináltam. Aztán hoztam le neki pár épát, salátát, pont abból a salátokból, amit így adom oda neki, aztán majdnem éreztem a fogait, de nem harapott meg, mert elhúztam a kezem, de éreztem a fogai. De nem hiszem, hogy nagyot tud harapni amúgy most, hogy így néztem, mert úgy éreztem, hogy nem harapnak. Legalábbis most még egy fél óra múlva jövök be, és nincs meg az ujjam.
Objective completed.
Igen, és szőrös a Ricsi.
Production ready.
Na várj, te bogárparkban most jóval vagy. De még egy pár percre még magyaráztat, tök örültek neki, hogy elfoglaltad a bogárváros. Bogarakat.
Incoming communication.
Szóval bogárfar az első, amivel ténylegesen komoly konfliktusba kerül. Király. Eter. Abyssal. Lehet durván néz ki. Na most. Új, mennyi pénzed van? Hát még kurva. De mi? De mi az? Úristen, mennyi pénz. Hát én úgy gyártanék, meg úgy venném az egységek. Ennyi energivel. Város fejlesztegetek közben, költöd a lóvét. Költsed, ezer. Jaj. Látom. Nem, ez tengerkáról, csak most följött a vízfelszín.
Incoming communication.
Tehát az a városod, ahol a kolóniák már kellett 12 energia, az megvan. Vagy 12. Ja, hogy már a minimum fölment 14-re, beszarás. De látom, most már ahhoz, hogy nőjön a városod, még már 3 kör kell. Akkor ott ki sem használod a bónuszt, amit adna a város. Ja, én azt hittem, azt múltkor elkezdted így.
Incoming communication.
Értem. Értem. Neked van Alliance? Nem fog szeretni téged van. Lehet, hogy majd most meg lesz az első, aki barba. Azt mondta, ezt még visszakapod. Lekukáz. Beszarás. You dog. Mi az? Szídás, hogy azt mondják, hogy kutya vagy. Huszonegy. Hát az elég karcsú. Mondtam, az 52% az elég karcsú. Ja, értem. Amúgy ebbe az Age of Wonders-be hogy működik a multi, hogyha együtt játszotok? Na, erre voltam. Arra. Akkor van benne ilyen választási lehetőség is, hogy... Jó. Ja, értem. Rossz hatással vagy rám, már annyit nézem ezt a játékot, hogy... Ja. Nem tudom, félek, hogy rossz Úgy félek, hogy rossz lennék, mert így most, hogy nézem streamen, így nem mondjam vissza. Hát akkor... Jó, de mi vagy, ha én azt csinálom, hogy a csatákat lenyomom a automatába, és akkor csak így a mapot kell néznem, akkor viszont nem olyan durva. Ja, hát ugye, hogy én például tájkonozni, csak a mapot matába, akkor mi van? Azt mindig le lehet nyomni a matába, nem? Szóval végül is neked nem kéne csatáznom. Tudom, hogy ez rosszabb, meg nem biztos, hogy olyan jó taktika, meg lehet, hogy sokkal többet veszitek. De viszont lehet, hogy nem lennék rosszul, hogyha például nem kéne csata. Mert ott van igazából grafika. Itt most az, hogy kívül itt különösebben pörög egy-két épület, meg mit tudom én, az nem olyan. Ha ez meg mondjuk ebben meg kell mindenre fókuszálni, igen, ez mondjuk eléggé őszintén. De viszont király lenne így ezt, mondjuk ezt tényleg próbálnám szerizni. Ilyen hármas. De majd meg kéne nézni, hogy fönt van Enkoron is, hogy ezért. Hát a Ricsi is, hogy hátra jönne és így kipróbálnám. Ja, ja. Nem is nagy. Írják, hogy a Codexes verzióban megfagy a játék egy idő után. Hát valószínű, vagy... Ja, vagy nem jó történik. Jó. Na, adott már ki, most nézem, hogy adott a Codex ki hozzá a frissítés, szóval elméletileg megoldja azt a fagyást. Csak aztán, hogy lehet ki kéne majd próbálnunk, hogy megye már nem azért, hogy megye multiba. De ne, azt nem, hogy először ki kéne próbálnunk, hogy megye meg minden, hogy egy kicsit játszanánk, mert hogyha érted, egy nap játszunk, vagy egy azt utána meg még sincs. Hát itt először is, hogy jól fut a gépemen például, meg hogy egyáltalán, hogy tényleg játszanánk, hogy elkezdenénk hárman egy játék, tényleg játszanánk-e vele, vagy csak Mert ha most én nem akarok 8500 forintot, tudom, hogy kifizetnének, nagyon jó fej tőled, nagyon rendes tőled, mert tényleg értékelem is, meg nem rossz indulatból utasítom vissza, mert hogy én csak először ki kéne próbálni, hogy milyen, meg hogy tényleg, hogy élvezni kell hárman a játék. Na csak én azért mondjuk, én elég kezdő vagyok, szóval én eléggé lehúználak titeket. Meg egy tutoriált én lehet, hogy azért leszedem, azt kipróbálom megnézni a gépe, jó? Arra jó ez a kodexes verzió legalább, hogy ez csak 3 nem is hallod. Várjál, most most del. Na de arra gondoltam, hogy én most nem csatáiznék, én mindig automatában nyomnám. Na, például egy ilyet jó lenne meg. De hogy, és multiba olyat is lehet, hogy mindenki egymás ellen van, vagy olyat is lehet, hogy mi szövetségben vagyunk, vagy ezt már lehet ott a játékban meg. Az jó lenne meg, hogy multiba lehet. Na, hát és akkor nekem gondod, de nem lenne fáj. Jó, én értem, hogy irányba lennék meg minden. Ja, mindent vegyél a minimum. Már akkor is le akarom szedni egyáltalán a fut. Valószínű futó, nem hiszem, hogy olyan nagy izé. A 99% hogy az futni fog nála. Azért, ha Wolf fut 90 FPS-sel, akkor ez is nem. És a Wolf sincs le be minimumra. Én... Meg a Reflection-t is ki lehet kapcsolni. Na jó, de az Na vegyél már le mindent, indítsd már el úgy. Utána visszalódolhatod. Mindent vegyél le minimumra, jó? Mint hogyha olyan géped lenne, hogy teljesítmény. Hogy néz már ki, hadd néz. Unit, visual effect, the dub sound. Na, látom. Aha. A felbontást azt nem kell levenned. Oh, sorry. Az jó, hogy így el vagy egy játékkal, az tök király. És meddig lesz ki? Lenni? Ott fog aludni nálad? Mert Ricsék van plusz szabályok, vagy mi? Majd utána elalszik a hotelba. Vagy elesik a te ágyadba, te meg majd addig 2 napig nyomod az Age of Wonders. Repülő! Hát az nem lesz sokkal rondába jár. Jaj, na engem érdekelt az kinézni. Na lőjél, ja, én még nem láttam a lövést. Lőjél valami rakettőt vagy valamit. Vagy lézer. Van valami lézeres lövés? Ötletem sincs, Gábor. Igazából ez tök jó, mert így nézzük meg szép, meg jó, meg minden, de én sem eldönteni az a baj. Ha ez van! Vagy rosszul leszek tőle, vagy nem, tudod, ez ilyen... Itt a lottó. Bemákolom egy olyan játékot, hogy nem leszek tőle, vagy nem. De azért elég sokat néztem én már itt, azért... Majdnem mindig nézem ám a streamedet. Még nem éreztem magam, pedig aztán elég hajnalokban néztem. Jó, igaz, hogy nem én gondolkoztam meg, nem én játszottam. De majd lehet én majd valami diplomatikus leszek. Diplomáciára megyek, hogy mindenkit Szerettem a Heroes 4-be a harccal. Bár aztán tényleg aztán, hogyha meg tudnánk mondani, akkor királyok lesz. Szerintem tud teleportálni, van egy... Én is azért mondtam, hogy van egy ilyen érzésem, hogy tud. Na. Nagyon nagy lézeres. De mindig nem. Ja, buff volt adni. Várjál, most ordítanom kell és utána összeesni? Csak vicceltem.
Enemy annihilated.
Tényleg nem tudom, Gábor. Tényleg nem tudom. Hát, amikor meghalt az egység, arra gondolsz? Aha. És ez minden egység, amikor meghal, akkor ezt csinálja? Ha vagy nem... Csak az a baj, hogy az a bajám, hogy én is szeretek ilyen játékkal játszani, ahol birodalmat kell kiépíteni, különböző fajokkal lenni, ekonómiát csinálni, gazdaságot csinálni. Hát nem milyen játszottam én a Tycoonnal. Kurva sokat. Na, én azt meg ki nem szeret, szóval érted? Hát azért csinálod, szóval az a cél, hogy te legyél a legkirályabb, nem? Ez most lényegtelen, hogy most diplomában leszel az, vagy mert hogy a mindenkit másodszítani és azért vagy te a király, vagy mindenkit leabrázol a hatalmas hadseregeddel, vagy pedig mindenkit kiéheztetsz, mert te vagy a legkirályabb, akkor tök mindegy, a lényeg az, hogy valamiben te legyél a vagy valamiben le tudsz verni. Mondjuk azt nem értem, hogy amúgy, hogyha ilyenkor mi van, amikor így partiba mentek, akkor be lehet állítani azt is, hogy akkor nyertek, szóval hogy együtt nyertek végül is. Érted? Mert hogyha meccs közben szövetséget kötök, és mondjuk kinyírtok mindenkit, akkor már csak ti maradtok egymás ellen, nem?
Objective completed.
Jaj. Na, mutasd milyen victory condition. Vissza akarod megváltani a... Nem mented le? Ja, direkt azért, hogy a csata közben, ja, jó.
The currents of the void shift around me.
Ott a kampányban van tutoriál is, mert az... Ja, látom. Ez is kiéges. Ja, logikus. És amúgy szerinted melyiken érdemes nyomni gépen, ha a multiba nyomni? Very hard. Na, multi milyen izék vannak? Nyerési opciók, szóval, hogy mit tudom én, elérsz bizonyos szintű izékat, influencert, vagy Ezt mire kapod a Aha. Vágom. Mi a Doomsday? Ja, látom, hogy lassan éljenek a pontok, vagy gyors. Micsoda? Várjál, szóval vannak olyan fejlesztések, hogy olyan dolgot kapsz a végén, hogy mindent lever. Jézus Mária. És akkor azokat de és az nagyon nehéz kifejleszteni? De Fox olyan technológiát kap, Jézus. Oké, és mi az a... Ja, az Unifiled Victory az az, hogy ott csak te vagy? Unfair. Unifair. Unifair. Nem, Unifair. Acsi. Kemény. Szerinted ez lehetséges megcsinálni? A Domination az, hogy mindent le kell pusztítani, na? Ja, értem, hogyha alisok vagyunk, ha a szövetséget kötünk, akkor együtt is nyerhet. Ja. És akkor azt is lehet, hogy többet is beállítani, hogy mit tudom én, Score, meg Doomsday, meg Domination, mondjuk csak ezt a hármat, és akkor és akkor akik, és akkor tök mindegy, hogy melyikből, de valamelyiket eléri az egyik akkor nyertek. Aha. Jó, oké, akkor majd szervezzük meg, hogy a Aliba megyünk, és az utolsó pillanatban, amikor már nyernénk, akkor gyors leverjük a Ricsit, szövetkezünk a Ricsi ellen. Na. Hát azért mondom, és akkor vart hirdetünk neki, amikor már tudjuk, hogy mindjárt megvan a pontunk, mondjuk beállítsuk a score-ra meg Unified Victory, rátmegyek diplomáciára, te meg a technológiára. Aki előbb nyer, a Ricsit pedig az utolsó pillanatban kibasszuk az alájban. Na, amit... nem te... Komolyan? Hú, basszus, akkor nekem meg mielőtt játszanánk azelőtt, még rá kell néznem a YouTube-ra. Persze, ja. Jaj. Aha. Értem. Kurva jó. A... Na hát akkor, ja, látom, a víz ott van, aha. Aha. Na, figyelj, elmegyek, megcsinálom a csirkémet, addig meg leszedem, azt megnézem majd, mert azért először le akarok szedni, hogy futam, jó futam. Aztán meg még beszélünk a Ricsivel, aztán lehet, hogy nyomhatok majd. Én az a baj, hogy én úgy érzem, hogy kicsit úgy érzem, hogy én hátra vagyok veletek, mert ti játszott a régebbi verziók. Na hát ez az. Ezért még nekem itt órákat kéne mennem, mint YouTube-on, hogy hogy nyomjuk le a többieket. Találtam egy Deluxe Edition-ös verzió 3. Na, jó. Na jó van, Gábor, addig, hogy nem megyek, még legalább egy óra más kaját. Hát egy óra, mire negyed óra. De jövök, amint jó. Mondd előd le a streamet, mert lehet, hogy kajálás közben majd nézni. Na, majd akkor jövök. Addig leputézom magam, ne hallják a csábgást.
Created by the Emperor of Mankind in his laboratory deep within the Tibetan mountains. And although their fates may have been less than entirely kind, they certainly do not seem to struggle with anything like the curse placed upon the ethereal strain. Therefore, we can relatively reasonably assume that vat-grown humans do indeed have that something that makes them humans. A soul. Now, of course, we could enter into the definition of human, because, I remind you, vat-grown humans are grown within their vats. They are not awoken, ever, in all due likelihood. Unless the Mechanicus is feeling particularly sadistic, I suppose, there is no reason to ever bring them out of their chemically induced comas. And so, whilst the vat-grown human may have a soul, by 40K's definition of the term, are they truly human? There is no personality there, there is no development, no thoughts, no consciousness, even. They are created, they are grown, and then they are modified, if you wish to be gentle, or butchered into their new forms if you wish to be less charitable. And that is it. Can you truly call a creature without memories, without thoughts, without anything human? Well, I guess we could ask the question of whether or not they dream whilst being grown. Because wow, waking up from a dream into that reality, oof. Even by 40K standards, that would be a gut punch. But now that we have talked extensively about what servitors are, and what they may or may not be, I figured it is time to move on to the why. Why does the Imperium use servitors? Why do they use them to such an extensive degree that they need to grow humans to supply the demand? And let's actually start there. The vat-grown servitor part. This is, well, for cold, hard, logical reasons. There is a demand for servitors, and growing clones is probably the best way of fulfilling that demand. And clones have no rights. Using clones also gives a great deal of advantages and makes a lot of sense when it comes to standardized mass production. Every single clone is the same size, has the same features, and the same general overall shape. They also have the same blood types, immune system, and DNA, simplifying any further bioengineering processes that will be made. For example, hooking up optics to their brains, or wiring their nervous system to heavy weapons. It also allows the tech priests to provide a wide variety of potential classes and types of servitors based upon the clones they have available. Beautiful servitors, for example, for public use, or servitors that can be
Enemy
easily
terminated.
modified with artworks or fanciful masks, or child servitors. You know, those creepy little angel things that occasionally hover behind inquisitors and preachers holding up voxcasters and prayer beads. Literal vat-grown babies with suspensor units and strapped-on angelic wings. Ooh, that's spicy, 40k. I gotta give it to you. Most universes would probably pull their punches when it came to enslaved semi-mechanical babies, but you know, you do you. All I'm saying is, I am really looking forward to seeing those in a 40k TV series or a movie. Oh,
Enemy annihilated.
I can imagine the reaction will be most amusing. But to return to the question of why, in a bit of a broader sense, why does the Imperium use servitors at all? Much less going to such lengths as to grow humans specifically for that purpose. The most obvious answer is, of course, because they are useful. They can be made into soldiers that do not fear pain or death, that do not question orders, and that can carry heavy weaponry. And they can, of course, also be used in myriad other tasks. But that, of course, raises the second question: why servitors? Why not simply just use technology? It's not as if the Imperium doesn't have technology. Of course they do. They have plenty of circuitry, microchips, and electronics scattered all over the place. Cogitators, data slates, voxcasters, holographic projectors. The Imperium has plenty of technology, so why does it not use that technology for many of the things that they use servitors for? For example, opening a door with a security system. Why use a servitor for that when a machine that simply scans one's credentials would be able to carry out exactly the same task? The first and foremost reason is because it is easier. The Adeptus Mechanicus has such a level of knowledge and expertise when it comes to manipulating the human body and coupling it with machines that it is easier for them to create a half-human, half-machine than it is for them to create specific patterns of technology. Remember, after all, that in the dark future of the 41st millennium, the Adeptus Mechanicus has been reduced to simply copying most technological items. The knowledge to actually create new ones, or even just to modify
Enemy
existing
eliminated.
ones, is very, very limited. And so we have a situation that is essentially the exact reverse of that in our modern day world. In our world, it obviously would be a hell of a lot easier to make a keypad with a little camera for scanning one's face or taking a blood sample or various other security features than it would be to take a human and then modify that human into a mindless servitor whose only task, and indeed only ability, is to read various types of credentials. In 40k, however, creating a data-based security system is actually pretty damn difficult. The programming necessary, the mechanical components, and so on, all of these things are set in stone to a degree. The Adeptus Mechanicus cannot simply just write a new security software or
Unit disconnected.
design a new type of keypad or security system. Instead, they are hidebound by what they currently have access to, or to a small degree, the kind of technology that they could potentially modify. And even then, that is only
Unit
the beginning of a
offline.
whole song and dance. In the 41st millennium, technology is seen as sentient, and even more so, it is seen as sacred. There are prayers to be recited, sacred unguents to be rubbed into the machinery, or incense that needs to be burned. There is a whole procedure necessary just to create and
Unit has
install a
fallen.
security system, and there may very well even be full-on religious sermons for operating the thing. Imagine praying and you'll kind of get the gist. And whilst of course not all technology requires quite such a massive song and dance, pretty much all technology does require some form of religious connection. The mere removal of a maintenance panel, for example, so that the guy doing the maintenance can actually get to the electronics behind the panel, that has its whole own prayer that needs to be recited as the various nuts and bolts holding the panel into place are removed. And then, once the panel is being put back into place, you must recite yet another prayer, whilst also blessing the panel and the various nuts and bolts holding it into place. To put it simply, doing anything whatsoever that has to do with technology in the 41st millennium is a huge pain in the ass. And a pain in the ass that the Adeptus Mechanicus have an almost complete monopoly over. Beyond the most basic things imaginable, like changing a light bulb, maybe, and even that's somewhat doubtful, Imperial citizens simply do not fix things. That is the purview of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the various sub-organizations that they train to do so. Carrying out maintenance on vehicles in the Imperial Guard, for example, that's not something that anybody can just do. The correct rites needs to be taught, the correct procedures, and so on. It literally is a full-blown religious ceremony to check an engine's oil levels. And in such a universe, where they have the technology to manipulate the human form and brain to do virtually anything and everything the human body already can do, it is far easier to simply utilize it. There are still some minor religious rituals involved, like the installation of new optics, for example, or the attachment of a heavy weapon. The weapon itself needs to be blessed, obviously, and the modification of the flesh with mechanical components also have their own rituals. But once these are completed, and the servitor has been produced, it is done. You do not need anything more than the most basic of incantations to activate or deactivate the servitor. And the minimal amount of maintenance that it requires, again, requires only the bare minimum of rituals. And that does not require the direct supervision of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Instead, one of the various sub-organizations that are found on almost all Imperial worlds that have been trained by the Adeptus Mechanicus in carrying out very specific tasks can take care of that maintenance. And so, as ridiculous as it sounds, modifying a human being into opening a door is actually a hell of a lot easier and more convenient than letting a machine do it. And the second, slightly less straightforward reason is that the Imperium does not truly trust technology. Technology should either be as basic as possible if it is to be wholly mechanical and electrical, or it should be in some way paired with the human form. For in the Imperium of Man, humanity, unsurprisingly, is placed above all other things. And even within the Adeptus Mechanicus, an organization that worships the purity of the machine and the Omnisire, they augment the human form with machine parts. They still consider themselves human, and they would never let go of their humanity, for to do so would be the most abhorrent and blasphemous crime imaginable. And so fully mechanical or electronical devices need to be kept as harmless as possible, as simple as possible, partially due to the fear of AI. In 40k, AI does not stand for artificial intelligence, rather it stands for abominable intelligence. And this is due to the simple, yet unfortunate fact that whenever an AI has been created in the 41st millennium, it universally concludes within seconds that the only way to preserve itself, and indeed reality as we know it, is to quite simply wipe out life. And that is a problem. unsurprisingly so, for the very much so alive species of the galaxy, humanity being no exception. And the reason for this, by the way, that the AI wishes to wipe out all life, well, it's a bit more of a complex question, really, that I think I might actually do a video on at some point, but to put it somewhat more basically, it's chaos. AI recognizes that chaos exists and that chaos corrupts. And since there appears to be no easy way to eradicate chaos, the Emperor tried that and he got pretty damn close, but if the Emperor didn't manage to do it, well, a toaster is probably going to put the odds of it completing it fairly far down on the possibility spectrum. And if chaos can not be destroyed, and chaos by its very nature will corrupt anything and everything, including AIs, mind you, then the only possible solution is to deprive chaos of its source of power. Belief, faith, and emotions. You know, those things generated by living creatures. So yeah, you probably see why humanity and living things in general are not necessarily overly fond of electronics or mechanical devices that are overly complex. No, speaking toasters in this part of the galaxy, thank you very much.
Our forces are
Of course,
victorious.
that toaster was once a human, in which case it is A-OK. No problems in sight whatsoever. And now that you hopefully have a little bit of a better idea of what a servitor is, and why they exist, I'll wrap up this video on those nightmarish little abominations. And remember, if your toaster starts giving you the stink eye, consider converting a family member into a new bread roaster. Not just for your own safety, but for the safety of humanity. Until next time, I've been Arch. Thank you all very much for listening, and I hope to see you all again soon. Have a good
Happiness event in Colony. Production ready. Production ready. Production ready. Incoming communication.
Have you tried rebooting your body framework? That's often the most effective means of fixing a system lockup. Just perform a complete system reload. Call back if it doesn't work. 1ND14, Assembly Tech Support.
Incoming communication. Sector annexed.
Sometimes the most fragile defenses of a colony are its relations with the indigenous populations. Why expend our costly weaponry and the lives of our citizens when the natives will keep our enemies busy? Sina of House Timur.
Operations available for priming. Operations available. Enemy down. Unit destroyed. Enemy down. Enemy terminated. Enemy annihilated. The assembly march on. Operations available. Enemy destroyed. Enemy annihilated. Enemy killed. Enemy annihilated. Enemy down. Unit down. Enemy terminated. Our forces are victorious. Operations ready. Enemy killed. Enemy annihilated. Enemy down. Enemy terminated. operations available. Enemy killed. Enemy down. Enemy killed. Enemy terminated. Enemy down. The assembly march on.
Have you tried rebooting your body framework?
Unit lost. Operations ready. Enemy down. Enemy destroyed. Enemy annihilated. Enemy destroyed. Enemy annihilated. Unit destroyed. Enemy annihilated. The assembly march on. Objective completed.
Some
Operations available for priming. operations available. Enemy terminated. Unit lost. Enemy down. Enemy down. The assembly march on. Enemy operation detected. Operations available. Enemy killed. Enemy eliminated. Enemy eliminated. Our forces are victorious. Happiness event in colony. Incoming communication. Happiness event in colony. Production ready. Production ready. Happiness event in colony.
Of course you can't live in this industrial zone. This is where we manufacture and ship out all the things you can't live without. Redick, Flinkov, Devar, Foreman.
Arma 3 Contact. A rather interesting little idea. Arma 3 might be a title known to some of you as a bit of a military simulator. In fact, perhaps the military simulator. And now they're doing something with aliens. First contact with aliens, in fact. Intriguing idea, doesn't it? A milsim's take on a bit of a sci-fi setting. That does sound intriguing, so we're going to do a little bit of a series of that, me figures. I'll be wearing the terrible shirt while doing it because, fuck your fashion sense, it is warm and this thing has palms on it, which means it makes me colder, because that's how that works. So, let's see here. False negative, that's the first mission. I haven't played a milsim in... oh god, it's been a while. I think I played the first Arma, but beyond that, I haven't played a milsim since Operation Flashpoint, I think. Damn good game, by the way. Alright. Am I getting shot at? That was quick. Close air support.
Operations ready.
Rodwell!
Hi,
Time to move.
I'm...
Where's Jack? I don't know. He went to relieve Baker on point.
Oh. Yeah, we're definitely got a bit of a shooting war. Fair enough.
All right, fuck it. On me. Let's go.
I am Rudwell. Rudwell. Okay, I'm a tiny bit Sealer Factory Live. Onia. Right, I'm a tiny bit lost as to what it is we are doing and why we are here. Okay, do I have a weapon? I do have a weapon. How do I use said weapon? Right, so I booted it up first and had a little bit of a no. And had to go at some of the controls. God, it has been a while since I played this stuff. Bloody hell, I'm amazed I can even fire. Also, this is the thing that really threw me off. If you hold in the Alt fire button, it zooms you in like this. You have to tap it to bring up the sights. That really throws me off. I should probably reload, shouldn't I? Oh, wow, I have no ammo. Or wait, no, it's 16 the number of magazines I have? Wow, I carry a lot of ammo. Okay. Oh, shit is apparently going down everywhere. Who are we? Do I have like a marking army or something? I don't. What is this? Looks like maybe an HK-416. Oh. Well, I shot. God damn it. Am I crawling? What am I doing? I'm not actually entirely sure. That's a bad idea.
Enemy annihilated.
Okay, I can hear shooty shooty bang bang noises, but I can't see. Oh, no, there was something up there. I think we're being flanked. God, it's gonna take a while to get used to these controls again. Fuck you, whoever you are. No.
This is Amber. Your guys here, jamming an automated threat. Just need a specialist to flick the kill switch. Over. Rodwell, you're up. Rear gate just beyond those rocks. I'm on it.
All right.
Allied actual, Wilco. Check your fire.
Whoa.
Coming to you. Wait one, out.
Killed. Our forces are victorious.
Well, they seem to think there's something up there, but all right. That's the. Hold on. Huh. Blue. Oh, no. That's yeah. Blue tape on the magazine. And when I got shot, I didn't blue tape on the magazine. Is this a training exercise? Otherwise, I would have been hurt when I was hit. Am I? Am I reading? Wait. Oh. Jesus. Lag. Alright, press H for more details, right? J is good your mind use for the bring up full tasking list. J, disable UGV, okay. Hold space.
What is this?
Yeah, I tried that. Service panels You wedged a fucking screwdriver in it?
Yeah, like I said, I tried that. It's stuck.
I tried that.
Control station in the guardhouse. You can turn it off there, right?
Okay. I mean, that does seem to have a very large gun, which is blank. Yeah, this is definitely a training exercise. Okay. Yep, capture the flag. Yep. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that. That's neat. That's really neat. Also explains why I'm in the middle of this. It's a tutorial in a tutorial. That makes
Parameters.
kind of sense, actually, in a
Simulation.
strange way.
And
Clippity cloppity clippity clackety hacker noises.
Helllight 4-1 to Helllight Actual. Livonian Defense Force UGVs are out of action. Pull some intel if you can wait one. Over.
I'm shooting. Nope.
Great. Some extra points if you shoot us in the back. Hey, what the hell? Yeah, American. I shoot your front. Yeah, thanks. Pal.
Training exercise. That's actually kind of a cool intro. I like that. Performance isn't amazing. But I guess, I mean, there's a bunch of shit to render here. Oh, we went pretty well. I shot like 3 dudes. I did good. I did good. I think I did good. So, right, that's sprint. That's look. Okay. It's definitely kind of laggy. Also, that
Enemy down.
weird screen thing on it. Alright, follow the orange marker, which will just do that. Hello.
Blood? Yes, sir. Specialist Aiden Rudwell. I've just been reassigned on a PCS.
Then you are on that problem. Wonderful. Do you have a map?
Just a sketchbook, sir. Not enough maps to go around.
Enemies of war, huh? Rip that one off the whiteboard here.
Jawohl, mein Führer. Danke. I now have a map.
Okay, so let's take a look at this.
Enemy killed.
As you know, that's pretty much one big military training area. No civ pop to give us any trouble. But this is premium strategic real estate. The Andreev Gap. You take ground here, and you close the door on the Baltic states. Anyway, our boys are pushing east. Obviously, in this scenario, role-playing as the Russians. That means we'll be facing off against the Livonian Defense Force. Already this morning, we put some pressure on their MSR here.
Livonia.
They'll counterattack, dominating the high ground south of our position.
Is that a country?
Simulate this, we're doing a lot of live fire on this hill.
Estonia, Lithuania.
This country. Pissing on our
Latvia.
Point out anything you want to know.
But we're gonna assume that this is Lithuania. Oh, okay, so clickety click.
Polana. The LDF have a small logistics staging area at the junction there.
LDF, Livonian Defense Force, I guess.
Now, everybody else left. We don't make good neighbors.
Okay. Click, click. No, click.
Shopka 41. Let me guess. An old Soviet site?
Radar base. LDF tests their drones there.
Okay. Not overly. There we go.
It is. And right on the edge of our live fire.
Ah, yes. Why wouldn't you put a forward operating base right next to what you're going to be artillerying? Ah. Burn pits. The army burns their shit. All of it. It's terrifying, savage, barbaric, and smelly. All at once. Pretty horrifying.
Kind of. Armed Forces Radio. It only airs during the minutes pick of class. I'd make that a tier 1 priority target.
Oh, God.
Nodbor. You know if that's
Nodbor. and Camp
That's
Magnus.
the Livonian Defense Forces MOB. Aside from being their main base of operations here, it's also the home of the elite 5th Regiment, Special Forces.
Enemy eliminated.
It's always wolves, isn't it? Right, okay, so I know everything I need to know, I suppose. Yep.
Alright then, let's get this shit show on the road. See that concrete office across the courtyard? I need you to go on over and assist your slack-ass corporal.
No, actually.
I need that electronic warfare demo making sense.
Concrete? It is kind of laggy, though. God. Concrete. Again, there is a fair bit of shit here, but it's kind of derpy performance. I don't really know what to expect from this game.
I need to, cement it in.
He meant.
But I can't fix the problem between your ears, Lane. Screw it then. The only words I need now, I got in English.
Livonia and Poland, Kaliningrad, Russia. Oh, so it's not. Wow,
Enemy destroyed.
that is a fucky ass fictional
assembly
country
march
just
on.
sticking into Russia like that. Yeah, that's not a good thing. This is kind of. Well,
Production
I'll let
ready.
it be like this for a little while longer, otherwise we'd have to start putting down some settings, I guess. Evening.
Skype's up on the roof if you're looking for it.
The orange marker has led me here, so. I swear. Like, again, returning to the point. I don't really know what to expect from this, because it's a milsim with aliens. Like, shooty shooty bang bang. I don't know if that necessarily is what I suspect from it. I mean, fighting aliens would be kind of cool, but if they're doing a kind of realistic scenario, well, you'd try to talk to them first, unless they just bomb us, I guess, in which case, yeah, shoot back.
Fucking way. You here for a 101?
I am.
Homewood's orders. I got voluntold.
Don? So what are you, like idiot proofing?
Hey, I didn't want to be here, Jack.
Close enough.
Whatever. Better you than some damn bluebell. Jammer's on the desk. Let's get you zapping shit.
I swear, the heat right now, even up here, bloody nowhere. Pick. No, not shoot. Space. Right, okay.
What you've got there is some funky fresh tech. A modular electromagnetic spectrum device with an integrated analyzer.
Oh, that's catchy.
Yeah, which is why us Sparkies call it a spectrum or inspect device.
Cool, I guess. Oh. It gives me bars. It's a cell phone.
That UAV on a program?
Operations available for priming.
Point the antenna at it, hold it, wait for the signal to scan. Gotta get a confirmation beat.
Okay.
See those bars lighting up on your display? That's a signal screen. You can use those readings to get a rough location of the source. First lesson's tracking. Hit 'em up over to the right. And again, scan that signal.
Okay. This is not necessarily what I was expecting, but okay. I have a magical wand, and I can point it at the drone.
Simple electronic support.
Identifying electromagnetic emissions to map a battlefield.
Yeah, think blindfold chess. Minus a blindfold.
So, chess, then.
Okay, nice. Something else. You don't need a visual in order to receive radio waves.
I
See if you can
gathered.
find 'em. Yep, there
War
you
has
go.
been declared on us.
Moving on. Electronic protection.
Huh. I'm not sure he's coming back. Is the geofence on?
Nah, he's good. He's through. He knows where he's going.
The bounding sea is a natural destructive force.
Take your word for it.
Regrettably, it is neither timely nor predictable to suit our needs. So we
So
must
this is
deploy
just
our
stuff
wrecking
to
ships to
teach me this-
compensate.
This doohickey, I
P1,
guess.
time. Naval capacities arm.
Nope.
Hmm?
Yeah. Show me how you jam stuff.
Sure. Okay, so how? Not too difficult. Okay. If you still on transmission on a fixed frequency,
He's setting down. Telemetry's out.
Okay.
Affirmative.
Sanity check.
Dakota, sir.
Skype.
I better see what's up.
Your
He
name is
actually
Skype.
sounded kind of pissed.
Okay. Alright. Well, we'll get through the tutorial, then the aliens will probably show up. Performance is kind of derpy. Ow. Ow. I think a small bug just crawled up my nose. God, I hate summer. Oh. That's the live fire exercise, I suppose. Let's not go that way. I despise summer. It's warm, it's clammy, it's humid. Insects come into my room and bite my nose because they think it's food, I guess. I mean, fair enough, it is a handsome nose, but still. This is very military, though. Sanity check. Very military. Basically, somebody has a problem with their device and they're wondering, is the error with me or the thing I'm playing with? Often it is with the person. Alright, I have gone the wrong way. I shall climb the rocks. There we are. I do not have a jump button. This disturbs me greatly.
Rudwell, nicely timed. I gotta verify some numbers for the live fire, and, well, all I'm getting is a false negative.
Maybe a dead designator.
Could be, but only the GPS is out.
Huh. Do you mind if I take a look at it?
Yeah, no, not at all. Be my guest.
I am not qualified to play with this, but I'll do so anyway.
There's a load of concrete targets. On the hilltop to the south. Should be marked with purple smoke.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I got them. Coordinates are 0, 6, 7. Yeah, it's glitching.
Ow!
Magic
What?
touch?
You know it.
Okay, can you give it another shot?
Did you just shoot?
068 015.
Confirmed. Great job. Really? Hold here a sec, I'll call it in. Alchemist, Howlite Actual.
What did I do?
Requesting cast support on 068 015. Over.
Messenger received, Howlite. Stand by. Quahog selected for approach. Out.
Give me a few secs.
Okay.
Payload's a GPS-guided smart bomb. You're not gonna want to miss this. You ever seen one of those things go boom before?
I have
Yeah.
not.
Right. Sign up for that?
Not really. I enlisted as a translator. 6 languages and an extra G every month. Then, it all went digital. Anyhow, long story short, helped my kid put together a mini-bot last Christmas and figured, hey, Army can have me doing drones.
Sure.
Must have felt the future, huh?
So, a gray whatever the hell? Where is it? Where? The Air Force. Always late. Nope.
He's missed it.
What?
Overshot the target by what?
Oh, there he is. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Very military. You cannot trust the Air Force. You cannot trust the Air Force. They do stuff like this. They bomb Lithuania. Without any provocation, they just drop shit on you. Oh. Oof. Okay, yeah, that's not great. Well, yeah, these guys aren't getting up.
One of ours wounded. 2 others non-responsive.
Hey, I loot you.
6, maybe 7 LDF, all dead. Advise,
Can I-
over.
Can I? Why? Oh, I already have that. Never mind. None of this is particularly interesting. Hold on a second. I'm seeing if there's anything cool here. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. How about you? You have something interesting? MX 6.5, whatever the fuck that is. Okay, right. I'm finished. Ooh, maybe I'm not finished looting. Hello. You good? Anyway. Alright. Hi. Can I help you? What am I doing? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. It presented me with loot. I have to loot first. Spectrum device. I'm pretty sure that's not it. Check. Take medkit. Right, okay. Fair enough. Sounds like a good idea. I presume this is the med truck. Medkit. Can I carry that? Okay. Just go. My legs hit 2 pieces. Just go. This is more important. Okay. That was an odd sound. I was really surprised that smart bomb didn't do more than this. I mean, training ordnance, I guess. Oh. I can see that. That doesn't look like a bomb. That doesn't look normal in general. What the fuck? No. Oh. Okay, I'm stuck. Oh, no, wait. Hold on. No. No, I am stuck. Okay. I was not supposed to be here, apparently. Oh. Well, I'm unstuck, so... Hi, can I help you? Because I can't get on this thing. I'll get stuck again. Ooh, I can... Ooh.
Lieutenant,
There. I have treated his injury by petting the tentacle monster. Oh, hi.
Lieutenant, Jack's hurt. The APC dropped in a sinkhole. And there's something real
Sinkhole.
weird. Growing up. Out of the ground. Over.
Okay, our first look at the aliens, I guess. Some kind of rooty, viney, tentacle-ish thing. Alright. Armor 3 contact. Well, like I was kind of saying, I'm wondering what they're going to go with here, because shooty shooty bang bang is of course all fun and good, but if the army encountered aliens, and the aliens didn't just blow them up right off the bat, they'd probably try and communicate and figure out what the aliens wanted, because, you know, that seems like the reasonable thing to do rather than just shoot them. This is definitely a bit wonky. Really? It's only on high? Wow. Huh. I would think my computer could run this pretty easily, but apparently bloody not. Okay, well I don't need cloud quality, that's fine. That decreased my FPS for a moment. I'll drop that down a bit. Water reflections, I don't care. Shadows, maybe. Shadows? Shadows? There. Shadows, I don't give a fuck about shadows. That didn't help much. Particles? Yeah, this ain't actually doing much. Okay, well, it's helped a little. Good enough, good enough. Alright, we'll do about, what, 30-40 minute segments, I think? We'll do a little bit more. A little bit more.
Colonel Richter, he's not set for days because he's so wired, huh? Either he's gonna fall asleep behind the wheel, or he's gonna give himself another heart attack. Logistics are a mess, I get that.
Yeah, I imagine the army's in a bit of a tizzy after the whole bombing their own dudes thing. Worse than that, bombing NATO people? Yeah, that's not great. And then there's the tentacle monster in the hole. That's also unusual. Air-conditioned tents. U.S. Army are pussies. I'm sorry. I mean, look at that. The evidence is right there in front of you. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Right, am I supposed to be here? The orange sign says so.
LDF just put the boot in. They went all this frick-skin 48 hours.
Ah, really?
48 fucking hours. Never mind our permits for the roads aren't valid yet. Or the fact that the NMCCs are all choked. No. The Blue Hells want us gone. Cancel the exercises by all means. This is suicide by logistics. I swear if the Russians invade, it couldn't be too fucking soon. Listen, it's all hands on deck. Even the colonel's out there, hitting corners. I need everyone to do the same.
Not a problem, sir.
He didn't let me finish. I need everyone, including that slack-ass corporal.
Corporal Stipe.
I love that I don't have to explain myself to you specialists. But then I guess that's what makes you so special.
Correct.
He's on task.
Oh, hi.
Carting our literal shit over to the burn pit. And sorry to say, I want you to tag along. Stop him from getting on the business end of an MP's nightstick.
Roger that.
Things are tense enough as it is. The Livonian Defense Force have the accident area locked down.
Because we bombed it?
Highly toxic vapors. In addition to structural instability, that factory is sitting on a landfill of chemical crap.
Really?
Methyl isocyanate. Apparently it's really fucking stuff. LDF began evacuating Nagor this morning, and the radius of effects are only getting bigger. So, PPE will be mandatory from 0 to 100 hours.
Oh, sir? Nora, I don't know mine here.
Patch it through the LC's office, would you, Keats? In the meantime, you're hauling ass. There's a loaded Hammett over by the main gate.
They put their base on top of a toxic landfill? Only the military could do something so stupid.
I don't know. Russians going out the CSAT? I mean, yeah.
Well, I do feel bad for Belarusia. Can I have something? Do you have toy? They took my night vision! Fucking cunts. I really do have... They took my med kit too. Damn, I had dick. Loot? 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 Oh. Loot. Loot? Loot? Loot! Well, fuck me bloody, I suppose. See, I learned from Operation Flashpoint. Loot first, okay? That game, bloody hell, that was hard. Oh, especially back then, too. Ooh. In Operation Flashpoint, not only did you have to get through the missions whilst only being able to save, what was it, like 3 times or something? And some of those missions could be long. But in addition to doing that, you had to kill X amount of enemies and perform tasks. Because if you didn't, you would get little cross points, and that would decrease your score. And that in turn would mean that you can actually fail not just the mission, but the entire campaign if you got enough red markers. And certain missions even gave you red markers because there was no combat, so you couldn't not get red markers.
Fine. I gotta ask a little favor first.
The fuck you will, Jack. Last one I did for you got me NJP'd.
Yeah. Did you just swing by the armory? Pick up my M-Spec device?
Ooh,
I
armory?
myself, but, you know, reasons.
Reasons.
We were on a garbage run.
Sure. There's something I gotta do on route.
Reasons. Oh, that I loved Operation Flashpoint, but God, it was derpy. The damage model, like if you shot an enemy in the leg, for example, and that didn't kill him, because some cases it would, or if you shot him in the head, even in the head, and that area got like damage saturated, basically, like you'd done all of the hit point damage you could to that area of the soldier. Oh.
Nice improv in here. You still expecting World War III?
Okay, I have the thing, and there is nothing else here. Ah. There, I was actually close to the door and everything. I'm kind of so. Where the fuck was I? I have no idea. I have no idea. Again, I'll blame the heat. I hate summer. Have I said that? I have said that. Good. I'll repeat myself. What the fuck was I saying? Oh, no, that was not what I meant to do. Never mind. Oh, save point. How lovely. Okay.
I'm driving then.
I'd say that's a reasonable assumption.
You gonna give me directions or just be a prick all night?
Yeah, cunt.
Oh, you really have been living the high life, haven't you, Rogue? Doesn't know how to get to the good old Black Gooseville. Follow the road, princess.
I've discovered other ways to zoom.
Ah, there we go. That's the spirit.
Okie dokie then. Can I turn off
So,
the
what's this thing you
lights,
gotta do?
actually? Oh, shit. It's fine, it's fine. No, that's the No! There we go. Actually easier to see without them. Alright, so we're carting shit. Good. Necessary, you gotta do it. You gotta cart that shit, otherwise it'll pile up and everybody will drown in it, literally. Hi.
Oh, it's not through the roadblock.
You think the Russians duped the drone?
Factory? Come on, I don't want to keep going over that. It was bad and it happened. End of.
Okay, that was that, I guess. I mean, the miss drop. I mean, it was a big miss drop. You know, it missed by quite a bit. So that would suggest interference, but he was also talking about how the guidance system was all derpy, derp,
You
so...
want to tell me what we're doing?
Hasn't
Maybe?
anything struck you as kind of strange lately?
Yeah. Life is strange. What's your point?
My point? You hear that shit about a chemical leak?
Yeah, that was dumb.
You hear we got 48 hours to get our asses stateside?
That too was dumb.
Yeah. Because I'm hearing everything. Because it's all out there, tingling on the airwaves, Rudd. You don't believe me? Try the Spectrum device. You see the transmitter tower? Focus the triangular antenna at it. And,
Okay.
switch to detail mode. On your screen, you got wavy lines.
Waves, Jack.
Yeah. Our electromagnetic signal. Now, in with those, there's a peak. That indicates activity. There's also a vertical bar.
How do I,
Slide that over to the signal while you're aiming at the source.
Ah. Alright. Classical music.
Music.
Sure.
It's modulating the signal, too.
That's not all. The LDF, they're using pretty basic encryption.
Scramblers?
Yeah, poor bastards. Hard as nails, dumb as planks.
You cracked the ComSec.
In a way. I swiped a couple grams of modafinil from the medic supplies at Point Hopi and exchanged it with a militia nut for the price of a genuine Bluebell radio and its crypto key.
Oh, Christ.
Oh yeah, this won't get me in trouble at all.
Go ahead. There ought to be some chatter bouncing between whatever's going on at the factory and the burn pit, a short ways up the road. Oh, and yeah, don't forget to adjust the vertical frequency band. Otherwise, all you'll get is static.
Oh, right, yeah, no, down there, you see that? Okay, right, so if I go over there. Okay. Second drop. Lethal force is in effect beyond your checkpoint.
Operations primed and ready.
Alright. That's the radio.
You used to be a translator, right? You get any of that? They're not talking about an industrial disaster, are they?
You think this is a cover-up?
I asked
Sounds
around
like it.
about the factory. There's never any landfill there. The Soviets built it on top of an old sawmill. And as for that thing we saw in the sinkhole, I got nothing.
Sure, that did look Soviet.
Sounds like a helo. Moving target. Try and catch him as he comes over.
Okay.
Do spalarni jest ciężarówka. To się zatrzymał. Mogli złapać gumę. Chcę tam podlecieć i zmusić ich do odjazdu? Odbiór.
Grey Wolf.
Uważaj. Masz do przetransportowania ważny ładunek. Na wektorze podejściowym. Bez odbioru.
Nicely done.
Oh, Grey Wolf headquarters. Okay, so those are the Livonian Special
I guess we're going
Forces.
somewhere with this.
I need a wingman.
No. No, what you need's a fall guy.
Are the fall guy, Rudd.
Ow.
The blue on blue.
Thank you.
The loss of face. The protest. The politics. If the DOD can't pin it all on Russia, who you think they're gonna come to next?
Oh, don't worry. Like, they can
Pissed off
bid,
linguist.
pin anyone on a thing in Russia.
On that day, on a roof, with the fucking drone jammer.
Yeah, I was with you, jackass.
Yeah,
or
but
did you forget?
Jam
I
the
didn't forget.
bomb.
Drive us to the burn pit. And don't sweat it, I got a plan.
How much you gonna bet this plan is going to involve the special forces and the lethal force area? Yeah, I got a sneaky fucking suspicion. Okay. We'll wrap up the first episode there, partially because it's been 41 minutes, and partially because I am boiling. I hate summer. I do. I'm sorry. It's bad. It's terrible. I'm Norwegian. I'm used to -40, not +40. So, until next time, thank you all very much for watching. I'll see you all again soon. Until then, have a good day.
Operations ready. Enemy annihilated. Enemy annihilated. Unit destroyed. Enemy annihilated. Enemy eliminated. Unit down. Enemy annihilated. Enemy terminate the assembly. March on. Objective completed. Operations ready. Enemy destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Enemy eliminated. Enemy killed. Enemy down. Enemy terminated. Enemy annihilated. Our forces are victorious.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to more Sekiro. Alright, let's try this nonsense again, shall we? Fighting multiple opponents nonsense. This game is just not made for fighting multiple enemies. It doesn't do it very well. The camera is not set up for it, and the combat system most definitively is not either. Combat system based around being offensive and blocking, etc. Combined, more correctly I suppose, with the need to deal with multiple enemies who all attack at slightly different times. Therefore, just throwing a flurry of virtually unblockable attack at you is not what this game does well at all. These little purple
operations available
shits are even worse. Alright. Is there any way I can, like, go around... No, there's no grapple point over there. At least not one that I can see. Right. So, I can't surprise this guy. Which thing do I have selected? The praying strike. Right, fair enough. There's no way I can... Yeah, no, there's no way. Okay. And he's got dogs, so kill dogs first because...
Enemy terminated.
You're not actually dead. What? What?
Enemy annihilated.
God, I swear to God, these guys have just really... I don't know, I feel like I am blocking. I swear to God, I am blocking these attacks, and yet it's just like, yeah, no, you were hit. Okay. But how?
Enemy down.
I think it's the camera that fools me. Like, right there,
Our forces are
up there,
victorious.
so I lose sight of him, and I feel like I'm blocking, and it's just like, nope, all your health is gone. Okay, I guess I wasn't blocking that. Okay, they give me Gokhan sugar. I'm actually gonna try and use more of the bloody sugar because I really should. I mean, it's a good thing, and I should use more of it. It's just I don't like using limited resources like ever. It's just a hang-up I have. Right, that didn't work. Come here. No. I want to draw off one of them. I don't think I can ever draw off those guys because they're just there, but hopefully I can at least draw off this guy. Right, I'm going to use the sugar on the... actually, let me test it on this guy, I suppose. Then I'll use it on the other two. Are you, yeah, you are coming. Good. Yeah, I really shouldn't be blocking that. because it does so much posture damage. Yep. So fast too. What? It's gotta be the camera, because I swear to God, I am blocking those attacks. But it's like, nope, you're not actually blocking them. Like, I don't... Okay, so that does actually just stun them out of their nonsense, which is very nice. I'm gonna just block those and that'll... It just homes in on your ass. It just goes like, hey, you dodged? Well, that doesn't work against these attacks. They just follow you through the ether. Yeah, because, you know, when you're balancing on one leg, it's really easy to just spin 360. Yeah, it's not difficult at all. I hate these guys so much. Their attack pattern just throws me off, and it's just a bad attack pattern. Because it seems... It's just off. It is just dreadfully off. Like, that kick should not kill you in one shot. That kick is more powerful than most boss attacks by a massive distance. Like, that is just retarded. That is just retarded. And of course, every time you do it, you've got to do everything over again. Oh, don't unlock me, game, please. I fucking hate the lock-on system. God. Oh, this fight is making me nice and salty, because it's just everything wrong with Sekiro's combat system. Right. The Praying Strike is very good against these guys, because it seems to actually stun them, which, you know, hitting them in the face with a sword doesn't do. Because reasons. Right, now the clue is I need to get one of them over here. Lock on. Get lock. There you go. Never fucking mind.
Incoming communication.
Just
incoming communication.
Hammering Sea! Does it do anything? No. Why? Reasons. Who the fuck knows? Like, hey, yeah, I just want to stun him. I just want to stun him so I can deal with the one guy first. And it's like, game is like, no. Not gonna let you do that. That'd be... Yeah, that does... God damn, I hate this fight. Right, yeah, that does actually go right through block. There is no blocking it, it just kills you. Fucking hell. Oh, this is so frustrating. This is so frustrating.
Happiness event in Colony.
Just so frustrating. And then you get to jumping puzzle a bit to get back to the super frustrating fight, which is, of course, even better. Even better. Okay, so... I fucking hate this fight. I fucking hate this fight. Oh, this is triggering me so hard. And of course, you then gotta walk real fucking slow. No, there's no quick payback. Why would there be a quick payback? It's just a really annoying boss fight that kills you instantly with unblockable attacks that you have to... Oh, yeah. This is the worst part of the game so far, I swear to God. This is actually worse than the Bull boss, which was really genuinely terrible. I demand an easy mode to relieve myself of this nonsense. Yeah. Okay, at it again. Hey, I have a wolf. That means that you've got like a split second to target it. Otherwise, the wolf is going to make things 7 times more difficult. No, 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 don't do that shit to me. What? How did... Wait, how did that miss me? Yeah. I know. Just constant bloody spam attacks with those. Trust me, I am well fucking aware at this point. And now, I'm just... Can I lock onto that guy? No. Why? I don't bloody know. It's like, nope, you can't block onto him. He's in field with you, though. He's within range. Yeah, you still can't block onto him. Why would you think you can block onto an enemy clearly in sight? That's just ridiculous. I mean, that's just retarded in every way, shape, or form. Yeah, that was a waste of a firecracker. No, don't... Oh. How are you hitting me from all the way over there? I'm... Yeah, just... Nope. Just try to get away. That almost tipped me over the bloody edge again. Oh, you fucking... How did you see me? Oh, my Jesus. Okay, apparently the loud sound of firecracker draws him over for 700 meters away. Good God. I would rather fight the corrupted monk. I would rather fight 2 bulls than this shit, genuinely. Ay. If only it was actually possible to draw one of them off, but no, of course not. I even managed to do it once. Once he just came over and I could puppeteer him and then he just ran off because, you know, puppeteer jitsu is definitely not supposed to be used to deal with bullshit multiple attacks. No. Can I actually... There you go. No, camera, no. I hate this fight so very, very much. So incredibly much. I don't think there is a fight I hate more than this. Because it is the dumbest fight. Stop bouncing off the walls, Sekiro, you little ass wiper. Somehow it didn't track me there. And occasionally he just misses me for reasons. Oh. This is really wearing away at my will to live. Right. Will you let me lock onto him this time, game? Okay, so I clearly can't do anything as long as they are anywhere in distance. I mean, he smelled me from all the way over there,
the
so...
aversion some have to
Clearly.
toxins.
Oh, and look, there's another
Nature
dude up
uses
there who's probably going to be
toxins
7
repel
times
rival
worse or
life
something.
forms. The inability to live in a toxic landfill
Lock on.
is just
There
an
you go.
indicator that we, as a
Lock
race,
on.
need to do a little evolving. Charlene Hester, botanist, Terratech Labs.
Oh, fucking hell. This is really making me sad. Just lock. Can you just see me then? Hey, hi. Can you attack me? No? Okay. Hi, he'll come over here. Come over here. You saw something suspicious, didn't you? Yes, come over here.
War has been
I mean,
declared
I want
on
to
us.
puppeteer ninjutsu him, but that doesn't do shit, because for some reason he runs after the dude up there. Bloody knows why. Have those turned around? They have turned around, right. Come over here. Come over here. Okay. Alright. Cheese the fuck out of him, because... Now, and that time it didn't... Of course, that time it didn't stun him. Why would it... Every other time it stunned him, except this one time. Why? Who knows? It's probably a very good reason for it. And now comes this nonsense. Right, can I at least get one of them with a...
Sector annexed.
No! Because one of them is apparently
Production
walking
ready.
backwards. Makes many senses. Makes
Happiness event in colony.
Many senses. Yep. Hey, do you want to jump over this attack? No, I don't actually want to jump over that attack. That seems silly. Why would I want to do... Yeah. For a moment there, I thought I'd brought one of them off, but of course not. God, I hate... This is just the worst. I literally can't beat him. It's just... It's two people. The game is just not designed in any way, shape, or form for you to fight multiple opponents. And yet, they do it all the time. Like, hey, you want to fight multiple enemies? No, because it's just the absolute opposite of what... Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking...
Operations available for priming.
It's gonna... I'm never gonna get past this bloody plane. This feels like a more... This feels like a worse wall than the boss fights, because in the boss fights, I know what I'm doing wrong. Like, yeah, I need to not do that, I need to not fall for that. Here, it's just like, okay, yeah, they just attack you constantly, because there's two of them. The usual breaks in their attacks you would use just don't actually exist, because there is actually just two of them. I feel like I must be doing something wrong, like there's a different approach, but there's nothing over there to grapple onto. There's nothing up there to grapple onto. There's no way around them that I know of. I can't grapple over there, so that's not a thing. It's just a head-up charge. There does not actually seem to be any way past them that does not involve just derping my face into these little shits. So, yep, that one at least has relatively short range. No, don't get in the... Hey, you get pushed up against the wall. Guess what? You now lose complete sight over where your enemy is, because our camera was just not designed for fighting these kinds of enemies. Fuck it, just kill me. Just kill me. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Whilst FromSoft are good at designing boss fight, goddamn are they awful at designing just regular enemy encounters. And Sekiro, like, I don't know. I think it might be the bring over from Dark Souls, because in Dark Souls this wouldn't be an issue. Okay, I'm against two fast enemies. Right, you know what I'm going to do then? I'm just going to bring a really big fat fuck you weapon that murders them in like 2 hits. And I'm just going to dodge around for a little bit. Wait for them to make a mistake. And then I'm going to slap both of them with a giant, massive sword monstrosity of death and destruction. Easily hitting both of them in the slash, and therefore just murdering them. But of course, I don't have that option here, because Sekiro doesn't have weapons. So I'm just stuck with this one-handed sword, which just does not do well against enemies, because it doesn't have stun at all. You just can't bloody stun the little shits. Instead, you are relying upon a special ability, which occasionally stuns, occasionally doesn't. And the terrible camera, which limits you even more, since you have to operate on this tiny-ass bloody ledge, and the camera just doesn't do well with that. If you ever get, like, this close to the wall, you're dead. You'll lose track of your opponent, and he'll murder you with his one-shot attacks. And so we are back fucking here. And I can kill them one by one with effort, but two of them just, no. Right, can I lock onto you? Hey, I actually got it. I was actually able to lock on this time. Wow. Bloody hell. Progress. I don't know if this sugar really helps, to be honest. It doesn't feel like it really helps. You coming? Helps even less when they just wait for you for so long that it actually runs out of effect, of course. Okay. Presuming I can actually kill this guy, I'm gonna put oh, God, it's 5 spirit emblems, holy shit. Nope. Oh god, this fight is just the worst thing. This is just the worst thing. Oh, hey, bunch of other dudes. Yeah, don't mind me. Bloody hell. Hey, did you go back? Am I gonna have to pull you again? Yeah, you probably did, didn't you, little fuckweasel? Hey. Where even is he now? I don't
Production
know.
ready.
Fuck you so much. Well, unexpected bonus. Alright, come on, doggies. Come on. Come on, dog. Come on. No, I'm gonna hide over here because I know you can't really engage him without first killing me. You know, I think one of the things that just is making this a lot harder for me than it necessarily needs to be is also because I keep jumping. I keep jumping because I don't trust the fucking camera. Because if I do the sidestep thing, I keep getting put into a position where I've got my back against the wall.
We learned much from our
and then I
body
can't see
alterations.
shit.
Those nanites are useful as both
And
tools
that's
and
a real
weapons.
big issue.
Now we can instruct the
There you
nanites keeping our bodies functioning to collect samples
Right.
from
Through
battlefield
more
opponents to
fluke
damage our
than
enemies and
anything
enhance
else,
our
I might
collective
actually get
intelligence.
past this blue
L0, G3, and 1. Assembly second.
I really do need to sidestep more, I know. It's partially my own fault, because I do need to sidestep more, but I do not trust the sidestep. I do not trust it at all, because I do not trust the camera. Not in the slightest. Right, so if I want to get up there, I'm going to have to... Alright, Mr. Psychic. Suddenly a pair of wolves just literally spawned in front of me, and this guy is like, oh, there's a ninja behind me. Ah, I knew that. That's what that bark means. It means ninja behind me. Okay, let's try and get this shit over here at least. Hey, come over here. I hope you're not as bullshit as the others. I really, really hope you're not as bullshit as the others. You're probably more bullshit, aren't you? Yeah, you are more bullshit than the others. You have a fucking poison attack. Right, give me a second. To get out anti-poison nonsense. Eel liver... Antidote.
Production
powder.
ready.
Right, is that enough distance? Let's hope it's enough distance. Screw you. You've got a lot of posture as well, don't you? Okay. Misa, teleport, good. Yes, Yusa, teleport, very good. Yeah. Alright, just give me 5 minutes to walk my way back up again then. Excuse me, lads. Your castle is being invaded, but don't mind that. Don't mind that, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the invaders. No. Just chase me around for a bit. That's fine. You'd think they'd have bigger problems at this point, but you would apparently be mistaken. I sure as hell have bigger problems. Oh, there he is. Oh. You looking the other way? Because that might be a very bad idea for you. Yeah. Okay. This is how you get through this bullshit roof segment. Just draw them over there, jump off the roof, and then they'll just stand there, staring off into nothing. That's how you beat this segment. That makes me fucking sad. Ay. Right. Is there a suicide bomber around the window this time? There is not. Okay, I want to go in here first, because I do know there's a checkpoint there, and I want that checkpoint. I do not want to go over that roof section ever a bloody again, if at all possible. Now, the inside of the castle has apparently not yet been overrun. Interesting. That's not... Really? Okay. He didn't even do the animation for that thrust this time. Probably because he's on the stairs. Okay. No. There they... Wait. Hold on. Okay, now I'm extra confused. If they are inside, why are the samurais not doing anything about it? Are the samurai in league with them now? But how? Because the purple guys are definitely the rats that Ishin was talking about. I am really confused about that. You know, they are definitely in league with one another, but how the hell does that make sense? Okay, Mr. Psychic. Right, you know exactly where I am. Right, let's just... Oh, that doesn't work like that. Oh, right. Fuck. I thought I could puppeteer him like that, but apparently that is not how that works. And I have to... Yeah. How about I just don't? How about that? How about I just don't deal with you? How about that? Will that make you angry? Will that make you sad, annoyed maybe? Who knows? I don't really care. Screw you very much. You're traitors. Just not going to fucking care about you. Not going to care about you. So yeah, they are definitely traitors then. They are just chillaxing with the purple dudes. Yeah, that is derpy. Okay. Angry ogre thing is angry in the basement. Don't even just... Reset. Okay, so... Lovely. Oh, that is an interesting reset. Right, kill him. Then kill this guy and puppeteer him, hopefully using him to kill the others. There. Hopefully he'll actually fight like he's supposed to this time. Then I'm going to go in here and just derp, derp. A lot of free damage in on him. And yep, he is actually going to fight now. Lovely. That might maybe allow me to... My thrust reaches 1,000 yards beyond the point where my sword actually is, because that is how magic works, ladies and gentlemen. That is indeed how magic works. That's not the right button. Oh, that's not the... What? No, that's... For fuck's sake. That's not... Okay, just unselect this godforsaken thing. Okay, yeah, that's not what I wanted to do at all, but... Fine. Yeah. In a corp... I don't even know what's going on because I can't fucking tell. God, I hate this camera. And he's gonna regain all his posture, isn't he? Yes. Right, just die. Didn't give me a death blow either to regain my health, which is fun. Ay. It's like, I should be doing this more because it does avoid their kicking attack really well, but every time I do it, my camera derps and I die, so I really don't want to do it. At least when I jump, I have a modicum of control over where the hell my camera ends up. Which I feel like I just do not have otherwise. That is really interesting. Like, why are they in league? Stab you. Because I was under the impression that these guys were, you know, samurai off Ashina. The same as the guards. But if they're killing the guards, then I don't know. I don't bloody know what's going on at the moment. This looks a bit too easy. And yet they're fighting the Night Shark. God, what is going on? So, the samurai are on the intruder's side, but the Nightjar are still on Ashina's side. Okay, can I maybe... Nope. No, because this room is too small, so you can't actually sidestep in here. See? Ow, okay. If you sidestep, you are actually out of range, and you can instantly attack and knock him out of the kick, because apparently when they do the kick, they can be interrupted. At least it seems like it. But at the same time, in areas
Systems
like these, if
infiltrated.
you actually do sidestep, what that does is, Secure changes his position. You know, the camera... excuse me. The camera pans automatically, which usually means it's get derped into a wall and unlocks you. Which is why it's practically bloody suicide to actually do it. Right, is Ishin up here? He is, and Emma too. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Just sitting around, chilling, you know. Hey, the castle is being invaded. Would either of you like to do something? Oh, pretending to be sick again. Uh-huh. Oh yes, I'm sick now. I can't fight them anymore. Convenient. Very, very bloody convenient. Yeah, I'm not giving you a drink, you lazy shit stain. You can go eat yourself, bad person. I suggest you take your eyes off him then, because we're kind of in trouble at the moment. They don't give a shit, do they? Like, oh, Castle is invaded. What? I'm gonna... what? Who gives a shit? It's fine, fine, fine. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah. God. Right. Take a deep breath. We're out of the worst bastardized woods for the moment, I guess. In addition to the red mortal blade, there exists one that is black in color by the name's Open Gate and set to hold power to open a gate to the underworld. Huh. Okay, so I need to find another black sword. Makes sense. You know what I just thought of now that I probably should have been using? That, Mortal Draw, because that's AoE. It's one of the very, very few forms of AoE I actually have. That probably would have been useful. Oh, wait. Uses drop? Interesting. Yeah, Tengu. Alright, so just as they mentioned the black sword in the scroll, it seems like Genichiro might have actually claimed that already. But since he is not immortal, he can only use it so many times. Apparently it doesn't kill you immediately, for reasons. And that he is doing that to defend Ashina. I mean, it seems like he's doing a pretty piss-poor job of it, in my opinion, but hey. What do I know? I'm only here actually defending the castle against an invading army of dudes whose allegiance I just do not bloody understand. Aye. You look like a for the love of... It's a mini-boss. It's a mini-boss. Oh my Jesus. Really? It is a mini-boss with one of these fucking shits as an ad already in the room? Oh, wow. That is a new level of cunt right there. That is a brand new level of douchebaggery. Yeah. Just, I'm not even gonna resurrect.
Production
Try
ready.
that again. Wow. A mini-boss. Cool. So that 2 versus 1 fight that I couldn't get past for the life of me is, that was just an appetizer for when you have to deal with a mini-boss with one of those guys as an ad. Right. Seems fair. Jesus fucking hell. Oh god, fuck you very much. What? What was that off too now? Okay. No, that was the exact same timing as last time. Never mind. Ashina Castle is definitively by far the cuntiest place in the entire game up until this point. I mean, this is just ass. This is just proper, actual, genuine ass. Right. I'm going to do another short session because I need to calm down a bit. This place tries my patience. Okay, I think for the first time around, what we're going to aim for is the Chained Ogre, which I assume to be basically another boss fight. So we'll do that first, because annoying as I imagine he will be, he's not going to be anywhere near as douchey as the other two shites. So I'm going to do that first. Until next time, I've been Arch. Thank you all very much for watching, and I hope to see you all again soon. Until then, have a good day.
Operations available. Enemy eliminated. Unit destroyed. Enemy down. Enemy terminated. Unit has fallen. Unit disconnected. Unit lost. Unit offline. Our forces have been defeated.
These latest scanners will know our neighbor's business before they do. Derper Blaley, Sensorica Technologies, head physicist.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Sekiro. We might be putting off the return to the past a little bit, because whilst diving around, I found something very, very interesting indeed. So, where is it? Where is it? Prosthetic, no. There. Holy Chapter Infested. A holy book enlightenment inscribed for the divine child of rejuvenation, for an age having blessed by the worm, to be undying to walk the eternal path. They must become enlightened to understand why it can die. It is said the whole dragon's origins were in the west. Holy dragon, I wonder how this work might be bestowed upon me. For the divine child. Well, this is the divine child, so... Okay, so far so usual. It could be because she's in the whole persimmon thing, but is that to the divine child? Aha.
annihilated.
Bit hesitant there. It's like, why give this to me?
私はあの人たちをまだどうしようもなく憎んでいるのです。
Them.
さようなら、あなたの約束。
Them. The monks. Is that all though?
Unit down.
Is that all? Huh. So clearly the monks that were blessed with the worm were the same ones who had been experimenting on her. What? Okay. There was more. There must have been more, but... Oh, actually, I haven't taken a dip over here. If I can't even take a dip over here, can I? Nah, it's a bit shallow. Diving through the various ponds was well worth it, by the way. I think I found, like, 2 prayer beads and adamantine traps and all kinds of goodies. She could have gone up here, I guess. But this is where the
Enemy
bad
terminated.
Live, so... Nah, she wouldn't go anywhere where these fuckers are. The temple? The monkeys? I mean, the monkeys did say they were trying to...
Unit down.
So maybe she went to the monkeys. I mean, why else would this still be open for me to travel to? So, what was that? It was just like, yeah, I'm a monk, I've been blessed with the worm. Blessed with the worm. So clearly, they
enemy
immortality to reach tranquility, etc. But they were trying to figure out why they had been blessed by the worm. And so that then she commented, oh, there she is, that she still hates them. It is her, right? Yep, it is. So what spurred that on? Was it just like a memory? Like, oh yeah, these were the people who were cunts to me. If I go over there, I fall down the hole, don't I? Yeah, I probably shouldn't go over there. But then why would she move? Just
enemy killed.
She's still under threat by them? Possible. They want to screw my favorite little rice machine, my favorite little rice cooker. You're gonna have to go through me first.
Enemy eliminated.
Okay.
The assembly march on. Objective completed.
Did I say anything? What?
いいえ、皆。あのお方は本当にお優しいのですよ。これを渡してくださったのも。
おい。
ニコの忍び。
Is she?
いらしていたのですね。
She must be speaking to the monkeys.
おかげ
Like,
で友達と深く
yes.
語らうことができました。
Oh.
それで
So their spirits
あなた
live
に
on
お
in
伝
this
え
place,
した
do
い
it?
ことがあります。留飲を断つのではなく、あるべき場所にお返しする道
Oh,
に
this has got to do with saving Kurod, doesn't it?
そうです。留飲は故郷を放たれ、この日の本に流れ着いたもの。
From
ある
its
べきではない
homeland.
場所にあるべきではないものがある。ゆえに我らのような歪んだ命を生み出そうとする者が絶えぬのでしょう。流飲や流飲に連なる我らはきっと帰るべきなのです。西へ。神なる竜の
To
故
the
郷へ。
that, yeah, they've mentioned the Holy Dragon to the west too.
いかにしてたどり着くか、それはまだわかりません。
Is the Holy Dragon Trump? That'd be hilarious.
先方商人ならば
Probably not.
あるいは
それは誰だ？
この先方寺の開祖です。弱いは果たしていかほどか。体内くぐりの内にこもっています。巫女の忍びよ。
なんだ？
これは不死立ちとはまた異なる道。
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't gonna do that anyways.
無理にとは申しません。もし留飲を返す道を望まれるならば、先方商人よりその術を聞き出していただけぬでしょうか。
考えておこう。
Doesn't think about fucker. We're gonna do that. I'm not chopping Kuro's head off.
巫女
No.
の死のもし留飲を返すあのお方は
Narrow
体
cave.
内くぐりの内にこもっ
Not far. Wait, narrow cave not far from here. Narrow cave not.
巫女の死もし留飲を返す道を望まれ
Holy
る
Senpu
あのお方は
priest.
体内くぐりの
Narrow cave not far from here. But there's nothing here, is there? I mean. Well, I might as well have a quick run around the place just to check, but I don't remember seeing any caves here. Besides, why would he be here? She did mention the inner temple, so I should probably get back there if there's... Yeah, there's nothing here, is there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's nothing here. This is just where the monkeys live and where they keep her safe, I suppose. Okay, so this must be the way to not have to kill Kuro, then. That's the assumption from which I am working. Hey, maybe he knows where the High Priest is. I do have a mission. Fuck you. Yeah. Nice burger. Alright, so I guess we're gonna be exploring the inner temple then. This will also serve wonderfully to keep all of you guys like, oh, but what has actually happened in the castle? Well, you'll never know, will you? Aww. That is lovely. I do remember a cave, though, don't I? Because there was a place that I first mistook for this place, which looked cave-y. The little shits to avoid you. It was on the other side, wasn't it? That was how I... Wait, can I probably shouldn't do that again, because that will probably just send me back, but I'll test that out if I don't find any other paths. Here. Yes, that was the thing I was talking about. I mean, this is a narrow passage, and it is into the mountain, so... Right. Are you my friend? You are not my friend, which means you are not the High Priest, so we shall stab you through the heart and be happy about it. What? Whoa! Oh, firebugs. Okay. Don't run into the fucking fire. Oh, that's right. I can actually kill these just by jumping on them. God, you little shits are an absolute disgrace to your Big Daddy, you know that? Your Big Daddy was a pretty cool boss fight. Yeah, that is not what I wanted. That is what I wanted. That's not quite what I wanted either, but I'll take it. There we go. I feel like I've gone through here, though. Oh, yellow gunpowder. I mean, I'll take that.
Happiness event in Colony.
Pretty sure I've gone through here, in fact.
Incoming communication.
Is there light at the end of the tunnel? There is. Lovely. Fuck you. No, I've definitely been through here. I definitely have been this way. Well, let's go up first, see if there's anything that might resemble a high priest in this direction. Oh, yeah, that's just leading me back. But would I have missed? Okay. I'm just gonna go back one more time, see if I missed something. Well, doesn't look like I missed anything. And this is just
incoming communication.
Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe. I might have missed this. No, I have looted that, so I didn't miss this. And this is where I thought those guys were, the worm things. Ah, God damn it. Am I on fire? I'm on fire. Ah. God damn it, just stand still so I can kill you, bloody hell. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh! Oh! Sacred passion of the battle alignment, undying and the dragon's return, undying low, let's wait for an eager age for the divine angel to stimulate the cold dragon tears. That must have been the High Priest. Right, well, no wonder why I hadn't talked to him before. He's fucking dead. Well, the divine child did say that he was very, very old, and she didn't even know how old, so I guess that does make a certain amount of sense. That he would be dead-oo. Fucking geckos. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. No one. Alright. So, I can't talk to him. I realize it's going to be rather difficult to speak to a corpse unless the divine child has some way of fixing that problem too. I don't actually remember which thing I returned to last, but it'll return me to a travel point anyways. Oh, you're back. Well, kinda. Good point. If he was infested, he shouldn't be able to die.
蛇垣というものを2つ食らえば流因の巫女を治めるゆりかごとなせる。そうすれば流因を故郷に移すすることができる。私がそのゆりかご、私がなりましょう。
お主、
Okay.
しかと呼んだのだ。
もちろんです。私は越智の巫女のただ一人の巫女の忍びよ。流因を解除して望まれるならば二つの
心当たりはあるのか。
おそらく大蛇より取れる肝かと柿のように赤く染まっているといい。
Yeah, I know. I've already killed those. Oh wow, this is an easy quest.
巫女の忍びよ。
Yep. Here you go.
手に入れた。
この赤き様、確かに柿とはよく申したものですね。
誠に食らうのか。
もちろんです。
Jesus.
そうすれば我
You
が
want some
体
salt or spices at least?
流
Christ.
因をお返しするためのゆりかごとなりましょう。
I've been carrying that in my inventory for days too.
あなたの前でそれをするのははばかられます。時を置いてまたおいでください。
Okay. she's shy. She's like, well, I don't want to eat them in front of you. That'd be tasteless. I mean, fair enough, I suppose.
Enemy destroyed.
Guardian deity. Her form was nebulous, appearing as if in a dream. Ah, so it was she. Oh, okay. Okay, well, I do have a guy to, kill to sever his immortality, so I guess I'll do that and let her enjoy her meal, and I'll pop back. because, well, I've got another piece of giant snake gut to feed her. Which sounds cruel, in my opinion, but hey. Got anything new? Nah. Now then, shall we have ourselves a little mini boss fight with this guy? Maybe even a boss fight? Maybe he is, who knows? Anything? Yeah. Oh. Oh, shit. Sorry, I'm bad.
Enemy eliminated.
Oh. Oh, he had a fucking thing into him too. Hit tooth. False tooth loaded with the secret shinobi drug, blue in color, can be used repeatedly. Fresh to lose.
Enemy eliminated.
Pleases, useful in certain situations. Okay. I mean, I don't really know what I would use that for, but maybe there is something in the game that's like, yeah, kill yourself repeatedly. It'll be good. Trust me. I don't know. That seems derpy to me. Yeah, I've already heard that. Damn it. That seems rather derpy to me, at least. But hey, what do I know? Have you finished eating your giant snake heart, dear child? You know, they're pretty tough to chew, trust you me, but no. Eat loud chewing noises. Aww. I feel bad. Alright. It seems like just basically traveling away and traveling back passes time, so
enemy
let's
destroyed.
do that. I want to get through that. Because this seems to be the correct path. I mean, especially now that I can't travel back to
The assembly march on.
I still don't know what happened to the continent. Although, I did run into that one guy who sold me the Iron Fan, who mentioned that Asuna was now covered in blood, flame, and the stench of gunpowder. Oh, okay, that wasn't enough. Do I have to travel one more time, or do I maybe have to... Okay. I'll try this one more time. If not, I'll just go advance the story for a while. And check out Ashina Castle and see what's in there. Can I still only eavesdrop, I wonder? Because she's still got another piece of dragon in... Nope, yep, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Off we go to Ashina Castle then, I suppose. So, I mean, all of this is off-limit except for the abandoned dungeon entrance. I could go to Ashina Castle gate. In fact, I think I will do that. I think that'll probably give me the best idea of what's actually happening or what's going on. Oh. This was not closed a moment ago, was it? Actually, is Ishin over here still? Because I've killed another dude in purple. Maybe he'll give me another reward. Or maybe I have to see him. Well, I can't see him in the castle, can I? So...
Enemy eliminated.
Oh. Okay. What are you going to tell me then? Okay. This goddamn war they keep hopping on about, which never seems to actually arrive. I mean... Costumes doesn't look any different. I mean, it's these guys here, the ones in the red armor. They are clearly different from the other guys that are from Ashina, right? So I'm assuming they are once again the invading army, but I haven't seen hide nor hair of this invading bloody army. Ah, fuck you. Right, fine, I'll go to the dungeons then. No. Never mind. Random channels. Then again, now that the castle has been taken over, maybe that's the invading army, but you'd think it would have made some noise, you know? And I haven't been away from that
Enemy
long.
destroyed.
Then again, I've been down to hell. Who, God only knows how time flows down in that bloody little shithole. Hello.
Enemy eliminated.
Huh. His shift ended quite a while ago, but nobody's coming to take his place. Could that be because they are all fucking dead? I don't want to kill you. I do want to kill you. Just because I really, really don't like you bell shits. There you go. I'm only gonna kill you, because I don't like you. And he is running in... Ooh. Hi there. What? Well, 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 well. So these guys, yeah, these red guys. Oh, wow. Okay. No, 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 no. Not that. So these red guys really attack the
Unit
Ashina
disconnected.
guys. So these are bad guys, and they are fighting everyone.
Enemy killed.
I wanna... Oh, that's not water, actually. I was about to say, I want to take a swim
Enemy down.
That's not water.
Our forces are victorious.
Oh, no, this is the bridge. Oh, wait. Yes, it is. This is the bridge. I was about to say, I haven't been down there, right? But no, I've been down there. I know where this is. More dead guards. Huh, the shinobi. So, I guess they could be infiltrators, but that guy didn't look like an infiltrator. You know, bright red mask doesn't really scream sneak attack, to me at least, but hey. They are in the moat. Right, well, I can swim now, so... No, there's nothing here. Ooh, there is something here, a goodie. A treasure casket. I did buy the mask fragment, by the way, but I have no idea what to do with it as of yet, so... eh. It's sitting prettily in my inventory. Whoa, hi there. You scared me a little bit, but thank you for the carp scale. I appreciate it. This whole never having to breathe thing is very useful. Oh. Have I been here before? I
Hello.
am not entirely sure.
Akkor toljuk?
Castle is eerily quiet.
Most a bal szent pillanatban.
No, this is a shadow.
Vovot.
Right, well, let's explore.
Tomi le van némítve,
I
meg
can communicate with that again,
süketítve.
and now it's on.
Tomi süket néma.
Yes, Sculptor's
Aha.
title found.
Lehet nyulazik.
Wait, yeah, those are just the normal guards, and I can even talk to them, or well, they eavesdrop them as usual.
Az.
And there's the usual big guy. So
Mindig
this
tolod a
area is
izé
still
2 HP-t. Komolyan?
Whoa.
Jó. Nem. Nem, ez már le van szedve. persze. Ha valamit rács hozzá, hogy nézem. Arra várok.
I mean, those guys really don't look like shinobi to me. They don't look like ninjas, infiltrators. They look kind of like elite troopers. I mean, really flashy gear, face masks, pretty much full armor too, and 2 katanas.
Jó. Jó.
That's the bridge.